Where's the collaboration? Good morning, everybody. We'll get started in just a moment. Thank you for joining us.
Good morning, and welcome to the Cradle-to-Career's Governing Board meeting. Just a note of caution, there were some power issues earlier today, so as you can see, things are a little bit jumpy. If the power goes out again, we have a plan. It involves the park across the street and books and paper, right? Books and paper. You haven't seen that for a while. Anyway, my name's Gavin Payne. I serve as your chair, which is meeting in person today at the California Cradle-to-Career Data Systems offices at 400 R Street in Sacramento. Can folks hear me okay? Great. I want to welcome and thank the members of the public who've joined us both in person and virtually. Housekeeping, of course. Today we have ASL interpreters helping us interpret the meeting. Thank you very much to Christine and Elizabeth. We'll also be offering translation services in Spanish. Thank you to Aldo and Leticia for your help today. To listen to comments given in Spanish, please select the globe icon at the bottom of the screen that says interpretation, then select language interpretation and your language, obviously. You'll then hear a live rendering of the comments in Spanish. So now I'll pause for a moment for our Spanish interpreter to translate.
Yes, thank you so much. Muy buenos días a todos. Para escuchar los comentarios en español, por favor seleccione el icono del globo en la parte inferior de la pantalla que dice interpretación o interpretation. Después puede seleccionar Language Interpretation, audio y su idioma. A continuación escuchará una interpretación en vivo de los comentarios en español. Thank you so much. Back to you.
Thanks so much, Leticia. For all members speaking today, we ask that when you introduce yourselves and say your job title or affiliation, please do so slowly and then pause briefly before proceeding with your comments. I'll begin, but I can't guarantee I will continue. Gavin Payne, Chair. We acknowledge today that this meeting is taking place throughout the unceded territory of California, home to nearly 200 tribal nations. I'm joining today from Sacramento, the traditional land of the Maidu, Miwok, and Nisenan people, whose presence, past, present, and future, we honor and respect. We'll now pause for a moment to reflect on that. Thank you. We recognize the ancestral land on which we are collectively gathered and our responsibility to support and foster learning through the dissemination of knowledge consistent with our Cradle-to-Career Data Systems work to advance equity. We hope this acknowledgement encourages individuals to think about what it means to occupy space on Indigenous lands, and we invite attendees to learn more about the ancestral lands on which they reside here. The website is native-land.ca. So obviously we have a full agenda today. We should be finishing at about 4:30 or so, if not a little bit sooner. There will be multiple opportunities to comment for board members and for the public at multiple occasions. And so there will be lots of conversation today. We'll run the meeting according to the Bagley-Keene Open Meeting Act. There are 13 items on the agenda, and all of the items and their associated materials are posted on the C2C's website. Prior to today's meeting, we received 3 written comments. So I will let members know, as I mentioned, I'll let members of the public know when we'll be accepting public comment. And if you want to make a comment, please complete and provide a speaker slip to Stephanie Gutierrez Valdez over here on my left, although that's not required. We anticipate breaking for a 45-minute lunch around 12:30, 12:35, and we plan to have two 15-minute breaks throughout the day. As I mentioned earlier, adjournment is planned for about 4:30, if not a little bit sooner than that. So now I want to officially call the meeting to order. And Stephanie, could you please call the roll?
Thank you. Chair Payne,
Present.
Vice Chair Tagorda,
Present.
Designee Uptime Villa for Member Cabalden,
Present.
Member Cifuentes,
Present.
Designee Elias for Bureau for Private Post-Secondary Education, Member Evans,
Present.
Member Ferjueli,
Present.
Member Gonzalez Vasquez, Member Hetz,
Present.
Designee Roderick for Member Irwin, Member Jez,
Present.
Member Lee,
Present.
Member Moldoff,
Present.
Member Nellum,
Present.
Member Romero,
Here.
Designee Rickacheska for California Health and Human Services,
Present.
Member Skull,
Present.
Member Sublé,
Present.
Member Sullivan,
Present.
Member Van Natten,
Present.
and Member Vu.
Present.
For the clarity of the record, we have 21 members present. We have a quorum.
Marvelous. Thank you so much. And welcome everybody again. We're now moving on to agenda item 2. It's the executive director and the board chair's updates. I'll present part 1 of this agenda item. For the first part of it, of my report, I want to start with board members. Since we last met, there have been some changes to membership. So I want to note a couple of those. Thank you to Debbie Cochran for your service on the board. During Debbie's time on the board, she's been an active member and has served on various committees, most recently on our strategic planning committee, as well as governance manual review and selection board for advisory committees. On a personal note, I remember sitting in the governor's office many times with Debbie as we did the planning process for this whole activity. And even then, as many years ago as that was, her contributions were phenomenal and very important for the success of this organization. So we have Debbie here, and I'd love to invite her to share a few words, if she would, before we present her a little bit of a thing. Come on up.
Thank you so much for the acknowledgement. It has been a true joy and privilege to be part of the governing board of the Cradle-to-Career data system. I have learned so much personally, and I certainly hope that the Bureau's contributions will benefit the system overall. I think most folks probably know that an entity like the Bureau for Private Post-Secondary Education isn't in a lot of state data systems if you look at comparable systems across the country, to the extent that there are comparable data systems. So as an advocate before I was at the Bureau, that was a priority of ours to make sure that the full slate of institutions that existed in California were represented in the system, and just feel very proud to have then taken that role and helped to get the Bureau up to speed and to have recently helped get the team to submit our data over to C2C for true inclusion. So I just feel very proud of having been part of this. As many of you know, I am leaving the board to, as I am now the newly inaugurated executive director of the California Education Interagency Council, where I fully anticipate working with all of you, just in a very different way. I really encourage folks to please stay in touch. You know me, you know where to find me. I'm also within the same government operations agency family that C2C exists in, and it will surprise no one to know that Marianne and her team have been incredibly generous with their time and wisdom as I look to figure out how to get this education council stood up. So thank you all so much. Thank you so much to the C2C team. I feel very proud to have been part of this family.
Thank you. We're going to now pause for a photo op over there and hand a plaque. So for you, you're going to, for you, all of your service, thank you so much. Congratulations and good luck. Okay, so continuing with the theme, Brandon Bierke was Assemblymember Irwin's representative designee on this board, and he has since left her office and this board as well. I want to thank him for his work, for his depth and breadth of experience and his knowledge. He especially contributed to the recent deliberations of the Strategic Planning Committee and was quite insightful in what he offered in that committee. And personally, I do appreciate his candor and the common sense that he brought to all of our deliberations. With that, thank you. I want to take the opportunity to welcome Assemblymember Irwin's new designee, Evan Roderick. Thank you for joining us. And we look forward to working together in the next several years. So if you could join me in a round of applause for Brandon and to welcome. Now I want to move on a little bit to member ambassadorship. So later today, you're going to have an opportunity to discuss and approve the strategic plan. I want to personally thank committee members Lee and Van Natten for their work on that plan, obviously with member designee Bierke, who's no longer with us. After that, I think we're also going to have my acknowledgement too is to members Gonzalez Vasquez and Nellam for your work on the advisory board proposal report. We're going to have a lot of conversation this afternoon on some really sterling work that our advisory committee has done with us. And thank you both for your help with their deliberative process and for bringing it forward to us for consideration. There was a huge amount of work and collaboration that went into getting that done and getting those reports to us, and we appreciate that. And I'm obviously looking forward to those presentations later today, as I'm sure all of us are. Next up for me, C2C and philanthropy. As I mentioned in the last meeting that we had together, we've teed up an organization called C2C Forward, ably assisted by the Foundation for the California Community Colleges, with which most of you are familiar. I'm pleased to announce that we've been having good, solid, robust conversations with a number of philanthropies interested in the work that we do and interested in moving that work forward and augmenting the work that the state supports with the Cradle-to-Career Commission. And so we've put in front of them a number of proposals for a Data Fellows program to augment the work of C2C. And while I can't tell you anything solid yet, because as formerly being from philanthropy, I don't take anything until I see it with a signature on it. I think those conversations have been good and fulsome, and my sense is that we're at least in the final stages of consideration by all of those entities. And so I'm looking forward to reporting back to you at our next meeting that we've had success in that activity, and we're sort of launching the program for Data Fellows for the C2C system. So that's that piece of the equation. As you know, we set up this thing for, the way I like to talk about it is the ancillary organization is everything from food to fellows. We've talked about fellows because that's robust activity that's happening, but part of what my intention is in setting up the C2C Forward organization is for things as simple as food. And that is, the work that we have to do is not just about the system and building it and augmenting it. It's about including and enhancing the number of people who can contribute to the deliberations we have. It's with the advisory boards, it's with the community conversations, and while it's a little bit flippant, the food is for getting people in the door for you to consult with, right? So you buy a pizza, people come and talk. And so that's what the organization's meant to do. And so hopefully we'll be reporting a little bit more on that as we go forward. Now let's talk about recent celebrations and announcements. My favorite, the first one out of the docket for me, is the refresh of the Student Pathways dashboard. If you look up on your screen, you'll see that. The new update was released on April 16th. It includes many new features driven by the feedback that I was just talking about from people who Shannon has engaged in large community conversations. We have a new year of data in that report. So we now have data for 9 years after a student has graduated from high school. We have enhanced performance in this update, more flexible and efficient framework. And so people have a faster experience when they're trying to search inside the dashboard. The dashboard itself is now fully mobile capable. So those of us who don't work on computers or laptops and work entirely on their mobile devices can have full capability. And that it has increased accessibility for anyone to use the system itself. Members will notice the list of data points and sources used for this story, which is included in the C2C website. I want to thank our data partners who made the update possible. A lot of hard work, collaboration, and partnership went into this. And the board may recall celebrating in this room last year as we celebrated the launch of the dashboard. We should reflect then on the tremendous growth that we've accomplished in the past 5 years. This year's update is the first of many continuous updates that will continue to highlight C2C as California's source of neutral and trusted information. So now with that, I want to turn it over to Executive Director Bates for her update.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair Payne. If we can go to the next slide. So my ED update today is going to highlight a couple of wins, growing the data system, and with the newest expansions to it, work with partners, and then some office updates. So I want to build on what Chair Payne just mentioned. Next slide, please. The new release of the dashboard was really driven by the feedback that we got from Californians. And our engagement team created this fun video that we shared on social media where you can see my face literally get covered with all of these comments asking for, faster load times and mobile accessibility and all of that. So we really wanted to make sure we were listening to people's feedback, and a lot of the updates that we made this last year were shaped by that. So those user insights shaped the design. It was really addressing a need for improved responsiveness and accessibility. I also want to lift up our Community Engagement Advisory Board member Nguyen, had a proposal in prior years around mobile accessibility for our website and for the dashboards. And so I just want to continually lift up those examples. This isn't the first time that new work of our office has built on and benefited from the recommendations and ideas that our advisory board members have shared. Just wanted to lift that up. If we can go to the next slide, please. So you can take a look. As Gavin had mentioned, we have a new year of data from the data submissions. So now students can be followed for 9 years, and the updated user experience includes improved accessibility, faster performance, fully mobile, and just enhanced data visualizations. If you, for example, hover over the different parts of that first Sankey, it's more responsive. You can see some of the hover text that we wanted to include in that. The things I want to highlight on this is that we transitioned from Tableau to JavaScript to allow for users to have a better experience. We're able to provide this at a lower cost. So it's a nice example of efficiency and more responsiveness. And I do want to emphasize the first release of the data story last year was compliant with the government's accessibility standards. But this new version goes above and beyond to make more features accessible, especially for screen readers. And it's also, again, with the move to a JavaScript-based approach, it makes the data story visualizations more flexible and in a more efficient framework, which results in that faster performance and the better user experience that you can see. So I'm really proud of what the team achieved. We released this new version less than a year after we had first released it, and I look forward to us continuing to make sure that our data visualizations stay at the cutting edge of responsiveness and accessibility. The flat files. So remember, and paired with the dashboard, we have our query builder, where Californians can get all of the aggregated data that powers the dashboard, all 9,000 cuts of data behind each picture, in a few neat and tidy CSV files. And of course, we updated those flat files with a new year of data as well when the dashboard was refreshed. Next slide, please. I highlighted at the last meeting this collaboration we have with the community colleges and CalKids, and just the initial linkage that we did at the start of the year found 40,000 community college students with over $20 million in unclaimed scholarships. As we had highlighted, we're going to cut new rounds of data routinely for this, and we fully expect the next round of data to identify many more unclaimed accounts. So I see this first round as being kind of the pilot round, and we'll continue to work closely with our friends at the Chancellor's office to continue to make information available so that their campuses can then reach out to students and say, hey, do you know about this CalKids opportunity? You can take that up. So it's a great complement to multiple efforts across the state to increase CalKids take-up. I want to lift up here a quote from the governor. When this was announced, through CalKids, we created free college scholarship funds for millions of children in the state. This new partnership will connect more community college students with the scholarships already set aside for them. California is making it easy and affordable for students to access their college and career dreams. Since we last met, we had our next regular ingestion of data. We do this each March, every spring. And I'm excited to share that the major expansion to the data system that you all voted on last May and that our teams have been working very hard on with our partners successfully happened this spring. So if we can go to the next slide. And I want to talk about all that happened in multiple layers. So first, I want to take a step back and talk about what I've been calling the earnings data puzzle. So when you look at this slide, this is the sixth visualization in the Student Pathways data story. And it shows earnings for people after they complete a community college certificate, an associate's degree, or a bachelor's degree, either directly or after transferring. And so you can see earnings 1 year later, 2, 3, 4, 5 years later. And this visual really captured a lot of attention. As we've talked about before, being able to understand people's earnings outcomes really anchors a lot of the key questions that people have for the data system. Now, one question we've gotten very often as a noticeable gap is there's no line here for people who didn't go to college. And that has to do with some of the challenges of how data is linked together. If we can go to the next slide. Here you can see the very first visualization of the dashboard, and it maps out the pathways of students who do attend higher education institutions. And one of the most striking aspects of this Sankey is the crisscrossing that happens, right? The nonlinear paths, people start in one place, they complete at another. And we really care at C2C about making sure everyone's paths are visible, especially nonlinear paths. So with the workforce data that we received in March, this will enable a much richer understanding of paths, even beyond what we were able to display here in our first dashboard. So all of the job training and apprenticeship data that all 4 of labor and workforce development agencies, departments, and boards shared with us is going to provide visibility into paths through job training and apprenticeship as a complement to the higher education data that we've already linked. If we can go next. So this spring, C2C received new and comprehensive earnings data for all Californians. And I want to highlight this and explain a bit and unpack it for you. So this past spring, we received essentially 2 things from EDD. One is the new job training participation data that you all voted on last May. And another major change is that we received the base wage file, which is the earnings data information in a new and different way from EDD. One is that we received it through the platform called Snowflake that both C2C and EDD use. So I've been telling Javier, member Romero, that EDD deserves a gold star for being the first data provider to use this seamless data transmission. And that matters for multiple reasons. It matters because in the future, data transfers between EDD and C2C will be much more seamless. It also means that if we need to access the earnings information more often than once a year, we can do that at very little effort, I believe, for both your team and for ours. So that enables us to have that information more flexibly in the future. The other major change is that starting this spring, C2C now receives the entire base wage file information for Californians rather than just for the subset of people where we had sent identifiers to EDD. So EDD is now submitting data on the earnings information using the same processes that our other data providers do. So I really want to thank EDD's leadership, who really worked together with us, and the legal and technical teams to really collaborate on a major foundational first piece in that solving that earnings data puzzle. So huge thank you to EDD and for the collaboration that we had on that. What this means is this, like I said, I see this as the first piece in solving that earnings data puzzle, and we can now work collaboratively to find creative solutions over time to be able to show more earnings outcomes and job outcomes for people who take nonlinear paths and being able to see that more comprehensively. So really excited about that and wanted to highlight those for you. If we can go to the next slide. Actually, go back one more, sorry. Let me just see if there was anything else I wanted to highlight. Oh, later today, I also wanted to flag you will be having a discussion and a potential action item on the addition of one new data point from EDD, and that's employer name and ID. And what this means is it will enable a bit more rich information about stability and whether people work for one employer or for 10 employers across the years. So this, again, is another incremental step in having more visibility into the paths that Californians take and really being able to provide that information. Okay, next slide. I wanted to provide an update on the May revise as well. This was just last week, and we have also hearings yesterday and this week as well on this. For Workforce Pell, I wanted to flag that the administration has put forward a proposal to implement this new federal program. The proposal describes roles for the Student Aid Commission, leading as the authorized state entity, and for Cradle-to-Career and many of our data providers to work together on data linkages to collaboratively ensure that Workforce Pell is operational in California. And the May revise included 1.3 million one-time resources for C2C's efforts related to that. I also wanted to flag that the Department of Finance has also proposed additional trailer bill language that reinstates language that was inadvertently removed from the original Cradle-to-Career Data System Act. This is the one that passed in 2019 to kick off the planning process. And that language is about the signing of the participation agreement and ensures continuity in its use. So I wanted to flag both of these, and if any questions for you come up related to trailer bill, please, as always, feel free to be in touch with Eric Flores on our team. Data partner submissions. So I want to reflect on the fact that in October 2023, we had 8 data providers submit data for the very first time. Those of you around this table know that that is a very large number. When I talk to my counterparts across the country, I remember before we did this first data ingestion, I was at one of these meetings and one of my counterparts was saying, oh, once we went from 2 data partners to 3, the complexity was just, and I'm sitting there knowing what we're planning to do with starting with 8. And I thought, oh, we'll see how this goes. So 8 was a very large number, right? But there was all of our public higher education data and many other, and CDE and many other partners in that first round. This last spring, we had 16 data partners share data. that included the 4 LWDA entities, Bureau of Private Post-Secondary Education. And I wanted to lift this up. And it was really accomplished with a couple of things that were highlighted in a blog that just came out yesterday that my colleague, Belicia Smith, authored. I really recommend you read it. And she really tells the story of how this came about and the importance of trust and transparency and a strong governance structure, especially this body, where there's clarity about who makes decisions, about what and how, and the fact that there's one participation agreement. This is really unusual. We signed that agreement back in May of 2022. It has stuck. New signature lines have been added to the bottom without needing to renegotiate the whole thing. This is really powerful, and it's, I believe, going to be a critical reason why this work will continue with stability in the future. So I wanted to highlight that. Please check out Belicia Smith's blog as well. The Bureau of Private Post-Secondary Education, I want to highlight that they submitted their very first set of data to us this spring as well. And as was mentioned just now, this really matters because this means that the paths of people who go to for-profit post-secondary institutions can be linked with the outcomes data. We can see how people move across different segments over time. This is going to provide a deeper understanding of education pathways and outcomes, and can really ensure that better information is available for decision-making by students, decision-making by policymakers and communities. So many thanks to the Bureau for their work, and we continue to look forward to working with them. I also wanted to highlight the Transfer Student Dashboard. So this is, as you know, and we've discussed, the next dashboard that we're working on. This data will really illuminate the intersegmental journeys of students navigating the transfer process. And we're really aiming to, again, listen first and then build. So we're partnering with the UC Berkeley Possibility Lab to weave in transfer student stories to complement the quantitative data. And we're also embedding insights from the student experience report. Remember, we discussed this at our last meeting. We intentionally put questions in that last year to make sure that we would have insights to inform how this transfer dashboard is designed. We'll be hosting a community conversation in June about this and really encouraging engagement for people to shape this dashboard, and excited to hear from the public. I want to lift up some work with partners. We have met with we were meeting with CTE and with the Department of Education, and we'll be meeting with all of our partners on the design and development and data inclusion for the teacher training and retention dashboard. Recall that will be next on deck after we release the transfers dashboard. So I know this one is long awaited, and we're really excited to work with our partners to create a really useful dashboard that leverages the data that we've been able to link together with all of you. We're also providing the higher education data for the Student Aid Commission for their required Cal Grant reporting. And my hope is that all of the work we're doing to set up the process over this past year will provide the foundation for routine data reporting in future years. So many thanks to CSAC and to our higher education partners for their collaboration on that work. And then we're also exploring ways to make sure that the linked data that we provide is useful for our data partners as well, to conduct studies in the Secure Data Enclave. So we're really excited about that. If we can go to the next slide, I just want to provide a teaser in case other data providers would like to engage in similar ways. So we had a really nice meeting. The people you see in this picture are the department leadership of the labor and workforce agencies, departments, and boards. And we worked with leadership to talk about the data that's been linked. And I want to lift up Dr. Parati and Dr. Broughton from our team. And data programs led an engaging brainstorming session to discuss priority research questions for their leaders. And we really discussed the potential of what they can learn, what their research staff can do with the linked data in the Secure Data Enclave. So we've talked about the Secure Data Enclave a lot in terms of external researchers applying and asking for access to data, and that is important, and we continue to build out that process. But I just want to underscore, my hope is that this will also make it a lot easier for all of our data partners around this table to be able to do analysis as well. Next slide. I also want to highlight that we released a report on the Career Passport, informing the California Career Passport, and it's essentially a national landscape scan of technology approaches to supporting skills-based hiring. And so this is a report that our office released to highlight what we've learned from the national scan that we did in partnership with West Ed and with our partners at the Chancellor's Office. And so really want to lift up that report. Also want to lift up the excitement about the RFP process that's ongoing right now for both eTranscript California, revamping that, and the Career Passport. The Chancellor's Office has been a phenomenal partner on that. One thing I think is really neat is they're using a two-phase approach to this RFPs, where the vendors will be required to do pilots and demonstrate that they can have live capability that's most relevant to what eTranscript needs and what the Career Passport would need. So for anyone who's been involved in procurement processes, you understand the complexities and how hard it can be to predict from a proposal who can deliver. And so I'm really excited about this two-phase approach and about the national leaders that the Chancellor's Office has brought together to really design an excellent Career Passport. And I also want to highlight, sometimes we have task forces and you wonder whatever happened with the recommendations from those. And want to highlight one small win here. Another one from the eTranscript task force is also about ensuring that there are incremental gains and gaining clarity about dual enrollment courses meeting A to G requirements. So we'll be putting out some information on that in the coming weeks together with the University of California and CCGI and everyone who's worked together on this work as well. All right, next slide. Secure Data Enclave. We talked about this in February. I shared that we had procured the NORC platform. I'm happy to share that we have successfully configured and accessed secure environments within the Secure Data Enclave. Our staff has. So it is being built and it is currently being piloted by our staff. So we're exploring the platform for usability and ensuring all the functionality aligns with what our data providers and researchers will need. And we are on track to begin conducting pilot studies with partners this summer. So we're working with data providers. Many of you have heard from our team asking about potential pilot studies and are drafting the legal agreements and iterating as we learn. So really excited about this work. I continue to believe this will be a central and important feature of the data system. I'm also happy to provide an update on the Lesson Plan Challenge. Again, want to thank Felicia Smith for her leadership on spearheading all of this work. We received lesson plans in multiple categories from education practitioners, higher education faculty, teacher and training. And what these lesson plans can now do is that both the lesson plans themselves and the supplemental questions that submitters responded to provide really rich resources that we'll share on our website for people who want to teach the Student Pathways Dashboard and want to use that in their classrooms in a wide variety of contexts. So there some of the information includes considering diverse populations within their community, reflections on students positively seeing themselves in the data, when the lesson plan should be introduced in the classroom, learning standards the lesson plan meets. And so we'll be working with our advisory board members and others on scoring these as well. Next slide. As I mentioned, there's a rubric where they will grade and score the lesson plans, and these will be available on our resource page as another companion material for educators who want to engage their classrooms on that. We also provided this LinkedIn Pathfinder badge to submitters so that they can showcase that to their network as well. Next slide. I just want to highlight some quotes from our advisory board members who were engaged in this. So from one of our community engagement members, it was fun and inspiring to see the applicants project. It was exciting to see the dashboard through this lens. It's very exciting to see products of the C2C data system emerge. And I was impressed by how well the applicant was able to use our C2C tools and how well he was integrating the tools into their teaching and learning process. So it was a really fun experience going through this, and we expect this will be a resource that can continue to grow over time. I want to highlight a few community events. So on April 22nd, our team hosted our first regional data walk in San Bernardino. And this was in partnership with the Blue Educational Foundation and the Black Education Congress. And educators and community leaders from the Inland Empire explored real data, reflected, and shared their perspectives with C2C. And they had a chance to walk through the data visualizations that really focus on their student body and ask questions about the data and discuss with our team. Special thanks to our Community Engagement Advisory Board member, Darrell Jones, for helping to make this happen. And then April 23rd, County Office of Education Data Visualization Network, where educators across California discuss communicating data-driven insights to general and non-technical audiences. With special thanks to our Data and Tools Advisory Board member, John Watson, for bringing that together as well. So we're really excited to ensure that our work and the data insights reach Californians. We had a number of speaking engagements as well. I was happy to present to the Community Colleges Board of Governors meeting, went to ASU GSV Summit together with other leaders across the state, went to DC for the Data Quality Campaign's statewide Data Leaders Network as well. And as you know, as recently also in the Assembly Budget Subcommittee 3 hearing and the leadership meeting at LWDA that I mentioned. And I think the big picture themes that I've been sharing and highlighting in these opportunities is how we're linking data across education and workforce to improve opportunity. And California has really been seen as a leader nationally in data governance because of the shared work that you do on this board and that we do together with our data partners. With that, I'm happy to turn it back over to Chair Payne.
Thank you. Well, so that was a lot from both myself, mostly from Executive Director Bates. We have a little bit of time for questions or comments from folks, if anybody has any of those. Yes, Member Moldoff.
Jessica Moldoff from the California Student Aid Commission. So, of course, regarding workforce Pell and the recent trailer bill, we at the California Student Aid Commission look forward to working with the Office of Cradle-to-Career on this important new program and hope the office will be able to provide the necessary data for all interested and eligible institutions, both public and private, in a timely manner to ensure students receive funds as soon as possible. Based on the May revised trailer bill language, CSAC will be unable to process applications for institutions without this required data. So looking forward to talking more details in the near future. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Moldoff. Other comments, questions? Yes, Member Marrero.
Javier Romero, EDD and designee for Labor Secretary Knox. I just wanted to make a comment. First, I wanted to thank Mary Ann for the collaboration and the staff and the hard work that went behind our bringing the data to this platform. And I also want to make some comments about the data enclave potential here. The labor agency, EDD, we're embracing the opportunity. And what it's doing for us is that basically there was 4 labor agency departments basically providing data. But as we talk to each other as programs, it's always been challenging because we have very distinct objectives, very distinct funding, distinct performance. So now I'll be creating this enclave. Now the executive team, in which Mary Ann participated recently, we're looking to basically say, okay, now what are some of the policy questions that we want to ask ourselves and basically maximize this opportunity to utilize that data? I mean, for example, something I've been asking for a long time, and not just within the programs that are in my portfolio, but also across the board. What are the quality of the jobs? That's a question I'll be advocating for, that we are resulting in our programs. The quality of those jobs, and also a big question for me and for all of us is dislocated workers. Dislocated workers is basically they all come from our programs, our systems, but they've always been viewed as the purview of workforce development programs. But with AI, that demographic is changing. So we're going to lean into our data enclave and not to get ahead of ourselves, but look at some of the partners at this table as to how can we expand the enclave to ask some of these questions and so on. So we're leaning in. It's going to be a new behavior for us. I don't know if I should admit that publicly, but is that right? So I want to thank the opportunity that was provided by this process.
Appreciate it. Just personal note, I think a lot of people are going to be leaning in, and you'll have plenty of company. So that'll be great. Thank you very much. Other comments? Yes, Member Hetz.
John Hetz, California Community Colleges. I want to start out with a couple of thank yous. First to C2C and CSAC for taking the SB 70 reporting burden off of our team. At first, our team was kind of like, we don't really need this. And then they looked at it and they're like, oh my God, thank you. So really, so thank you from everyone at the Chancellor's office. I also want to communicate deep appreciation for the ongoing collaboration around both the e-transcript and Career Passport. As Director Bates noted, I think we are headed to a very exciting space where we are really gung-ho about some of the possible pilots that we're excited to see, and also to have a chance to see stuff that works rather than mock-ups and things that aren't actually real products, to actually see stuff and make them show it. So we're very excited about that. There is one note that I do want to go back to. I believe it was slide 29 or 30 on the earnings data. And I just think it's very important for us to center this when we're having this conversation. EDD does not have earnings data for all Californians. And so we have to be careful about that phrasing. It leaves out about 20% or so of Californians, federal workers, self-employed, a variety of different categories. And so we need to make sure that we're not overselling what we have. So I would just make that note. Thank you.
Fair comments. Thank you very much. Other comments, observations? Yes, Member Jez.
Thank you, Member Jez. Thank you for the updates. I feel like there's so much exciting work, and I'm just constantly impressed by what this mighty team has been able to accomplish on so many fronts. Also, a huge thanks to EDD for your leaning in and also hearing about the operational, so the administrative, the snowflake piece of also very exciting, because I know that can be a hang up that can be draining as we think about the excitement of what comes out. So hearing that that's working out and moving forward. I think the question around workforce Pell is a really important one. I think hearing that update, and I think one of the things that excites me most about workforce Pell is the potential to shift our thinking about what happens to students after they leave our institutions. And as much as we can get better data around that, but I think, and then how our state works together to understand the complexity of students or Californians' lives as they move across systems. And so I think as I hear the update and I hear Member Moldoff's comment, is thinking about what is C2C's role in this sort of complex intersegmental cross-sector efforts. And I know we'll talk about that some later with the feasibility study. So I think that's a continual question I think that we need to be thinking about is how do we ensure that C2C stays focused on what are the priorities for C2C, especially given the deep needs of residents of our state. 'Cause I know we're going to want to do so much. I think, and also especially given the complexity of how our state funds all of these efforts, which I know we'll talk about more in the feasibility report, because I think that adds another overlay over what C2C can realistically do, and other of the data partners here too. And then the last thing I want to say is I really liked, you mentioned the UC Possibility Lab and their role. I really appreciate also the way that C2C is leading on the expertise that exists within our higher ed systems and our state agencies to support the work. I really love the way you brought in the UC Possibility Lab, Cal Policy Lab, Education Lab to be deep partners around this work.
Thank you for those comments. Others? Yes. Member Sullivan.
Erin Sullivan, Commission on Teacher Credentialing. I, of course, just want to express appreciation from myself and from Executive Director Mary Vixie Sandy for the Executive Director and Chair of the Board both taking some time to meet with myself and our Executive Director. We are, of course, very excited about the launch of the teacher training and retention dashboards. We're really looking forward to diving in. We, in our own house, have, in the last year, really compiled a nice research and data team. So I feel like we are more poised than ever to dive in with C2C and get working on this. We've got some exciting stuff going on, and I just, again, I'm very excited about this work. So I just want to thank everyone for that.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Other comments? Perfect. With that, we have an opportunity to move on to agenda item 3. I note that our guests are here. Agenda item 3 is a conversation on incubation. It's a theme that you've seen quite a bit. It's a follow-up. This is a follow-up from a conversation at your board conversation in August of last year, when the office was asked to probe further into the concept of incubation and what it means. So if our presenters would come forward, please, and sit at the dais. I want to thank you from the Office of Data and Innovation, Jeffrey Marino, and Andrew King, Deputy Director of Data Operations Strategy, for joining us today. If you would, please, take it away.
Thank you. I want to thank Executive Director Bates and the board for inviting us here today. We're really excited to share a little bit about the Office of Data and Innovation and some of the great work that we've been doing with the Cradle-to-Career team. So I am Jeffrey Marino. I am the Director of the Office of Data and Innovation. And I believe we have some slides, if we could advance to the next one. And the next. So this is just a brief overview of sort of who ODI is in terms of our mission. Our goal is to partner with other state departments in order to help to build a more modern and effective California state government that really provides exceptional customer service to Californians. We do that through human-centered design, data, and engineering. But primarily, we do that through partnerships, through a partnership model with other government entities in California. We really like to say that we're a G2G business model, so we're government to government in that way. We're funded through the general fund in the state of California, and our services are at no cost to other departments. Next slide, please. And so these are a few of our service offerings. I can get into a little bit of the how and what we do in terms of these services, but I think that what's most important to point out in the context of this conversation is the why we offer these services. And so focusing primarily on data, product, and training, these are 3 areas that we focus on at ODI in terms of partnering with departments to bring expertise. We have this expertise in-house on different teams in our department, one of which is led by Andrew on the data team in CalData. And these 3 areas are really where we see gaps in California state government service design and delivery, where we can help to fill those gaps as it relates to providing a more modern data infrastructure, partnering with departments on how they would actually design and think through not just a technical build or a product, but also the actual service delivery model itself. And then finally, focusing on training. We have a training department at ODI called Cal Academy, and it's an absolutely core function to our operating model. As we often say, we are not here to be the capacity as it relates to innovation in the state, but rather build that capacity. ODI is a relatively small team, and actually we'll see that on the next slide. About 65, depending on how the budget is enacted next year and whether or not some of our proposals are agreed to, but a relatively small department established in Governor Newsom's first budget in 2019. We went almost immediately into COVID response thereafter, and we're responsible for designing and running the covid19.ca.gov website, among other things. But since then, we have gone on to partner with 60 plus different departments across the state on any number of those services that I just reviewed on the previous slide. Next slide, please. So how we work, we're really based on a build, measure, learn, and continuous improvement model. This is core to how ODI operates, and also I think is really important to this conversation in terms of the capabilities that we unlock based upon how ODI was designed, why we were established within California state government, and then how we partner with other state departments. This kind of model is absolutely critical in order to be able to start with an incubation period and an innovation period to be able to start small, put something into production and test it with real human beings, see how it works, and then continue to iterate on that in a partnership model. That's very hard to do in the traditional procurement apparatus that we typically have in California state government, where we build hundreds of requirements into a procurement solicitation, sort of throw that over the fence to a vendor, cross our fingers that it works really well, and then go through a kind of change management or handoff. Counter to that, we really partner for the long term. So even though there is a term, so to speak, on many of our engagements, as there was, you'll hear in a moment with Andrew, with our Cradle-to-Career project, we're always here. Knock on wood, we're not going anywhere. And so we're going to continue that partnership throughout and continue that advisory partnership as we continue to build and improve together. Next slide. So just a quick overview, and I'll go through these next slides very quickly so I can hand it to Andrew here, and he'll really talk about the interesting stuff. But I want to just lay out in terms of how we partner with folks. We have department-specific engagements. This is the example that we'll discuss today. We also operate on a statewide service innovation sort of platform as it relates to shared services and what the state might need in order to cut across some of those silos, build some data systems where we can be interoperable and where we can share information and continue to improve the lives of Californians outside of the silos of how state government is organized, and rather be able to respond to Californians based upon their life experience and their needs. And then finally, we have the statewide capacity and enablement. So again, the training model that I mentioned. And so briefly, I'll just say on the next slide, just a quick example of some work that we've done recently with the Department of Social Services, working on EBT theft. This is a really great example of how a lot of what I've just discussed has come together in action, where we were able to partner with the Department of Social Services, whose data as it related to EBT transactions was really locked inside a vendor system. And so the first thing that we did with them was partner to get that data out and get it into a data environment that they would be able to work with it. It was a very common scenario of a kind of vendor lock-in in that regard. They needed access to this data in order to be able to predict potential fraud. We also built them using our data science team. We built a data model that was able to predict those who might be at risk of fraud. And then we worked with a team that was already existing within the Department of Social Services called RAD, the Research and Data Division. There's two Ds in that RAD. So there was already existing capacity to a certain extent to address this kind of need. But again, as it relates to incubation, innovation, being able to act quickly and on a low budget, we were able to come in, bring additional capacity, and eventually through that partnership, start to effectively identify fraud in the EBT system, saving millions of dollars a month in what would otherwise be benefit theft. Next slide. I think that I'll actually just maybe go through the next and wrap with finally just pointing out that we've talked a lot about data, but we also partner with departments as it relates to design and service delivery. Another excellent example of how this works is we're often come to and asked to build an app or build a website. And rather, because of the flexibility that we have with how we're situated within the executive branch, and because we are at no cost, we are really there as strategic partners. And so the Department of Toxic Substance Control asked us to build them an app in order to improve their public comment and outreach. And we questioned whether or not an app was the right solution. And so that's when we were able to actually dig in with their team and get down to root cause issues of what was preventing them from being effective in their outreach model. And then working backwards from the goal they wanted to reach, what strategies and could we put in place in order to actually achieve the goals, where we ended up actually just implementing a digital advertising model for them. We built a lightweight front door for public comment on their website. And we avoided some of the barriers to entry that an app often creates for their audience. Next slide, please. And I think perhaps the final slide, and I'll just wrap. Thank you. So just to sum that up, I think that, you know, we're really excited to continue to partner with Cradle-to-Career. I hope that and I know you all are experts in how C2C works. I hope that you've been able to understand a little bit better how ODI works. And you can see how we really fit together perfectly. We're very much sibling departments. We were born at the same time in the same agency. And so we've really had this, you know, partnership going on for a number of years at this point. And I think that the project that Andrew's about to walk through with you all is a really excellent example of how we've been able to make really considerable progress in our partnership recently. Andrew?
Thank you. Andrew, before you go, if our translation services are struggling to catch up a little bit, so if you could speak slowly, that would be wonderful. Thank you very much.
All right, sounds good. Thank you, Director Marino. Thank you, Executive Director Bates, for inviting us and board for having us today. So you just heard a bit about what ODI does at a high level, our operating model. What you're going to hear from me in the next 10 minutes is about our particular engagement that we did with C2C that we wrapped up recently. Go to the next slide. So our engagement with C2C was part of a defined data service that we offer all departments. We call it the Modern Data Stack Accelerator. This is a 4 to 6 month engagement where we work with departments to solve a particular business problem using modern data infrastructure and modern ways of working with that data. We combine cloud-based data platforms, best practices like version control, automated testing, and documentation, and a capacity building approach where we build hand in hand with the department so they are ramped up to carry this proof of concept forward once our engagement is over. So typically what departments get out of these engagements are analysis-ready data sets tied to a real business problem, documented architectural patterns that teams can build on, staff trained on data and analytics engineering practices, and a pathway to get from demonstration to production. Let's go to the next slide. Now, C2C was a little bit of a unique partner for us. We were not starting from zero, right? C2C had a lot of the stuff I just described already in place. When C2C approached ODI, they already had a strong data governance system in place. They had a modern data system. They had functional data pipelines that met the needs of the moment for the reports that they currently were producing. And perhaps most importantly, they already had a product mindset. So this is what Director Marino touched on a bit. When we say product mindset, we're talking about listening to users, working iteratively, always looking at how you get better. So a product mindset means you don't just build a system and then stick it on a shelf for 20 years and wait till it's totally out of date. You're always thinking, how can we make this thing better? So C2C came to ODI and said, we have a thing that's working now, but we want a system that's speedier, that we can produce more quickly. We want something that's built to grow with us as our needs evolve in the future. And that's what we set out to do together. Next slide. So our engagement was 6 months long. It was from September of 2025 until February of this year. We had 5 folks on the C2C side and 8 staff on the ODI side working on this engagement. I'll highlight there's a few key roles on the C2C side here. We have a project sponsor. That's an executive level sponsor for the project. We also have project champions as well as engineers. And so these key roles we look for in all of our engagements with all of our departments, we've found that they really are a key to success in our engagements. Let's go to the next slide. Again, we were partners. We co-created this solution together. We worked in an agile format. We were iterative and incremental. We worked in 2-week sprint cycles, which just means every 2 weeks we bit off a chunk of work that would have something to show for it at the end that we could look at and say, oh, did we like what we create? And then we would iterate on that in our next sprint. And a lot of what we were doing here, again, is we were tuning the existing data system that was already in place. We were making it more scalable, generalizable, and built for growth. We did introduce one new complementary data tool that works well with the system that already existed and a new pattern of working with that data system. Let's go to the next slide. So I'm going to highlight a few things that we built together throughout this engagement with C2C. The first is about data onboarding. So as our data providers are aware, C2C and data providers worked very closely to build out these file upload specifications. These are documents that say exactly what format the data that C2C receives is going to be in. And it's really nice to have defined specifications like this. What we worked with C2C is building a system that could take that specification and automatically check to validate, make sure that the data you're actually receiving meets that spec, and identify records that don't meet the specification so they can be triaged. And what we worked on with C2C was creating a means of doing this that is very scalable and generalizable. So say you want to onboard a new data provider in the future, it's only a means of providing that file upload specification, and the system will automatically do all of this validation for you. Or say you were to change a file upload specification in the future, the system can easily adapt to enforce that new spec. Let's go to the next slide. We also worked on data suppression. So this is a key part in protecting individuals' personally identifiable information. Data suppression in a nutshell is omitting certain records and aggregate reports that in order to make sure you're not exposing an individual's information. And there's a tension here with data suppression. You suppress too little, you risk exposing an individual's records. Suppress too much and you risk rendering the report less useful for those students and families that are using these reports in order to make informed decisions about their education and career. So we worked with C2C to move from a bespoke implementation of the data suppression policy, again, to a generalizable and scalable implementation. So now any future data report, you can just point this tool at it and you can be confident that it'll be implementing the data suppression policy that C2C has adopted. And it also helps analysts look at that policy and see, and it shows its work. It can show you step by step what happened to the data as you were doing this suppression, which can help inform these decisions around that balance you want to make between data suppression and usability of the final reports. Let's go to the next slide. Okay, the last one, another one I want to touch on is documentation. So this new tool that we introduced and the pattern of working really emphasizes documenting what you're doing with the data while you're building out the system. So documentation is not an afterthought. It's not a thing you ask for at the end. Part of the workflow is creating the documentation as you go. And what you get out of that are these excerpts from the documentation we have up on the slide here, where what you can do is for any report that is made public, you can look at that report and trace it all the way back to that raw data that was provided from the data providers and see every single thing that happened to that data from the raw data to the final report. So this documentation, this is one of these things that's like, okay, not the most glamorous thing, but it's one of those things that you really tend to miss when you don't have it. So you can think about this as mitigating operational risk. What you're avoiding here is, and I'll speak from experience, at a prior organization, you don't want to be in one of those places where there's only one person in the whole org who knows how to get data out of this system. And oh, I heard Carl is maybe retiring later this year, and I don't know what we're going to do. Right? So this provides a platform that makes it really easy to bring on new contributors to the system, new staff, new contractors, so you can continue to enhance and avoid that risk. Let's go to the next slide. And so the last thing we built together was a team ready to carry the work forward. Again, everything I described here, we built hand in hand with C2C staff. So now C2C has an internal team that is very well experienced with this way of working and with what we built, so they can enhance and evolve it as their needs evolve in the future. Let's go to the next slide. And what's next? So C2C is going to continue to expand and enhance the system that we created. I understand you're going to hear a bit more about that in a future talk later today. And now that our engagement with C2C is over, ODI is not going away. So Director Marino also touched on this. We offer this to all of our departments. We keep office hours. We're available on demand. So we help departments get unstuck if they encounter a new problem with what we built together. Really what we're doing is just transitioning from a hands-on build together engagement to a more consultative engagement. And finally, we look forward to telling our story with C2C together. This is part of the ODI strategy. We really like showing these examples, showing departments what's possible when we work together in this way, to encourage them to work with us in the future. And that's all I've got.
Thank you. Before I open it to questions, just a comment myself. One of the things that's remarkable to me is that we've talked a lot as a board about how we have been helping to incubate other activities and a number of activities and partnerships that we've had. But the remarkable thing to me is that the team sort of owns and lives what they speak and has called on others to help them with their own sort of internal incubation as well. So appreciate that. And I'd now like to open it up for questions and comments from anybody. Looking at the screen. Member Lee.
Hi, Meredith Lee, Governing Board Member, Senate appointee. Thank you so much for sharing both of those presentations. I really appreciated, Director Moreno, that you noted that ODI isn't aiming to be the capacity, but to help build capacity. I think that mirrors a lot of the discussions that Cradle-to-Career has had over the years. And one of the things, I didn't hear the word specifically culture in the presentation, but it's sort of woven in through this culture and ethos of transparency, trust, engagement. Ambassadorship is a word that we often use here at the board. And I'm wondering if you reflect across the several years and the 30-something different departments and agencies that you've engaged with, if there are any themes across those in terms of expectations of when you started and where you landed and how that relationship evolves, that would be useful for us to keep in mind now that we have finished an exciting body of work and are transitioning to that next stage of the relationship.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate that question, and culture change really is at the core of our mission and our strategy. Culture eats strategy for breakfast, as they say. And so, and I think that that's sort of what Andrew was pointing to, what was so easy to, why it's so easy to work with Cradle-to-Career, because we very much share a similar culture. The patterns that we have seen, and I can confidently say, and also really, it pleases me to be able to say that over the several years, I joined public service in 2020 during the COVID pandemic as a volunteer for the state, and then moved into multiple roles throughout ODI before becoming the director. And I can say that I've seen this evolve over time as we have continued to bring new ways of working and new methods to state departments, because by and large, the two words that I would use to describe culture as I experienced first coming into state government had, I would say, are a culture of compliance and a culture of fear or risk aversion. And so the compliance issue really comes from, in large part, and they work together very well, actually, which is part of this vicious cycle, because the compliance part really comes from the distance between sort of policymakers and those who implement. And so we understand, like, okay, now a solution has been made within the legislature or some policy that's been created, and then whatever department it falls to in order to executes that, and then therefore remains in compliance. And insofar as they are complying with that, they're able to avoid the risk or some responsibility for the choices that they've made. And again, this is not, in my experience as well, this is not sort of intentional by any means. It's just sort of the way things have evolved culturally in California state government. And so when it comes to the way that we're seeing things move, the direction that we're seeing things move in is being able to start small is absolutely critical, and having the permission from executive leadership in order to start small and take a small risk really changes the entire landscape. It's also really productive in terms of that culture change because, and Andrew pointed to this in terms of the 2-week sprint cycle that we worked on this project, you get to start seeing value soon or a lack thereof, and then you can make a strategic decision on where you go next. And so I think that being able to start small, have incremental wins, and improve over time in a more supportive environment from executive leadership is actually absolutely critical to the culture change we want to see. And what we're moving forward to is looking at some of the way that our current systems don't support that model. We need to take a closer look at the 18-month budget cycle, for instance. We need to take a closer look at the budget change proposal process, for instance. We need to take a look at, so I won't go down all that whole path. But in any case, culture is absolutely key. And I think that we're really building a coalition here with this, with our two teams in terms of that ambassadorship that you mentioned.
Thank you. Other comments or questions? Anything on the screen? Perfect. Thank you both very much for coming and sharing with us. This is important work for both of our teams, and we really appreciate your coming.
Thank you very much. It was a pleasure.
This is our opportunity to take a break. So it's about 10:48. Let's come back at 11:05. Okay, we're back. Now moving on, if we could please, to agenda item 4, presentation on the advancements of the data system and update, discussion, public comment, and possible action on the inclusion of new data points in the P20W dataset from the Employee Development Department. Here to present for us are both Ryan Estrellado and Dan Lamry. Let's take it away.
Thank you, Chair Payne. Good morning, all. I am Dan Lamry, Director of Data Infrastructure here at C2C, and I'll be talking about major updates to the data system over the last year. There are 5 topics. These include system overview, new tooling, zero trust maturity progress, cost optimizations, and new data sharing processes. The first one—
Dan, if I could request, could you have the mic a little bit closer to you, please? Thank you.
The first one, system overview, I'd like to provide some brief descriptive statistics of the scale of the data system. The C2C data system has 16 data providers. Of those data providers, there are 51 data models that have been identified and submitted annually. Of those data models, there are more than 3.5 billion records submitted to the data system, which constitutes roughly 285 gigs of data that we receive.
That was billion with a B?
Correct.
Thank you.
I hope this helps illuminate the volume of data that is submitted to C2C. To that end, I would just like to take a moment to thank all of our data providers for submitting data routinely and on time. 5 or more years ago, there was a non-zero number of naysayers that thought routine submission of data by a diverse set of data providers would be impossible. To quote one of my favorite pieces of media, "We've done the impossible, and that makes us mighty." But this was not without challenges. One of the pain points that C2C experienced was data transformation processes built by our previous system integrator relied heavily on traditional SQL scripts executed via manually orchestrated workflows. So the first challenge was limited versioning and change control. Traditional SQL workflows do not naturally integrate with Git-based version control systems. As a result, it is difficult to track who made a change, why it was made, and how the logic evolved over time. This led to inefficient debugging and lineage tracking, identifying upstream or downstream dependencies, auditing data changes, and isolating issues required significant manual effort. Another challenge was inconsistent development practices, lack of standardization, coding patterns across the previous system integrator team led to variations in logic, inconsistent testing, and reduced maintainability. This resulted in operational fragility. Without automated testing and dependency management, management of defects were more likely to occur or require effort. And ultimately, this led to an inefficient developer experience as SQL development was fragmented, resulting in slow onboarding and higher level of total engineering hours per project. And as the data volume and analytic demands continue to scale, as I just alluded to with the 3.5 billion records, These challenges are increasingly problematic. So a modernized transformation framework is needed to streamline development, improve reliability, and reduce long-term operational costs. The solution was to implement DBT, or Data Build Tool, as part of the MDSA project, as you heard ODI speak about previously. DBT is an open source analytics engineering framework that compiles SQL-based transformations and introduces capabilities traditionally reserved for software engineering disciplines. DBT has rapidly become the ubiquitous industry standard for doing database modifications or transformations. All the challenges that I just detailed are solved by thoughtful implementation of DBT. So now we have strong versioning and change control because all the models, tests, macros, configurations are stored in our Git repository, enabling full version control. DBT builds a directed acyclic graph, or a DAG, showing all the dependencies, and provides native tooling to compile and debug, which provides efficient debugging and lineage tracking. You saw the screenshot, I believe, on Andrew's presentation of the DAG and the lineage tracking there. DBT also enforces standardized development practices via project patterns, encourages shared macros, and reusable SQL through Jinja templating. So it has extensive packages and built-in tests for data quality, validity, and the DBT code pipeline was configured to ensure that all code passed tests and followed conventions before merging into the Git repository, which provide operational resiliency. And by removing or mitigating the above challenges, DBT enables productive analytics engineering workflows, short iteration cycles, and just a better developer experience all around. In coordination with the MDSA team, our new system integrator, we have begun integrating DBT into the data system in a phased approach. This takes the form of creating DBT pipelines for our new data providers first, and then building new DBT pipelines for our initial set of data providers. So you saw the 8 and 16 at the very beginning of this meeting. And our initial projections anticipate saving C2C well over $100,000 annually by reducing labor costs, future-proofing against the reliance on external contractors. So the next one is cost optimizations I'll go to. Cost optimizations for the data system was a major theme last year. Specifically, we reduced costs associated with our master data management solution by implementing a more fully featured backup and restore mechanisms, which saved roughly $88,000 in infrastructure costs. We also replaced our previous visualization platform. We went from Tableau to a JavaScript framework with containerized deployments that leverage customizable JavaScripts. And that reduced our costs by roughly $100,000. It also, because we had used Terraform scripts, we are well positioned to be able to produce similar types of products. In addition to the saving costs, it's just better flexibility, scalability, performance, availability, all the abilities. It's just so much better this way. The next one is more of a security update on Zero Trust maturity progress. I gave an update previously, I believe about a year ago, or maybe a little bit longer, but Technology Letter 2301 established that all state entities would begin their Zero Trust journey, and they would move from the traditional to the initial levels. I reported that we had made progress and that we achieved the initial level of Zero Trust, but that's not the end. Since reporting that, we've made progress in achieving the next tier, which is advanced and Zero Trust maturity for the identity and devices pillars, as well as the cross-cutting functions of visibility and analytics, automation and orchestration, and governance. This achievement was done in collaboration with the Department of General Services by augmenting our mobile device management solution and implementing an enterprise password solution. C2C is also currently working on augmenting our identity access management solution to strengthen our security posture by adding more advanced workflows and skim provisioning and deprovisioning of users. Lastly, probably the one I'm most excited about is the new data sharing process. Another major update was collaborating with EDD and partnering with them to build a new mechanism for sharing data between our organization that leverages Snowflake and, that leverages Snowflake, our data warehouse platform, or shared data warehouse platform. For context and at a very high level, the initially developed data provider CSV file submission process is such that data providers would prepare, extract, encrypt, submit files to the C2C SFTP server. C2C would then push those files from the server into Snowflake, validate the expected data structures and values. And while this sounds like a relatively mundane process, the complexity and labor necessary to do this work on an annual basis requires significant time. If only there was a better way. Enter Snowflake Secure Data Share, which provides the following benefits over like a traditional CSV approach. No data proliferation, so consumers query live data directly in the Snowflake account, which eliminates file movement, duplication, and sync lag. Near real-time updates, so as soon as the data updates, consumers can see the latest state of the data. Strong governance, roles, masking policies, row-level access, join policies, projection policies, and auditability are native to the platform. To summarize that, basically, it means you only get to see access to the things that the provider wants you to see access to, and the consumer can only get that. No operational pipeline, so no jobs. You don't need to generate or export CSV files, no SFTP infrastructure, no retries, no cleanup, and higher reliability. So no file transfer failures, no partial uploads, no schema drift in the flat files, and performance and elasticity. Consumers of Snowflake get the performance that they've provisioned their warehouses for, so you have a very clear expectation of what your performance metrics should be and look like. And the bottom line is that with the collaborative efforts of EDD and C2C, we were able to dramatically improve our data sharing efforts and we have other data providers that may potentially adopt this process. I know that there are some other Snowflake users out there in this group. We look forward to having the conversation because this is a markedly better process. So that concludes my presentation, and I'll turn it back over to Chair Payne.
Thank you, Dan. I appreciate all of that. If I'm trying to paraphrase because my level of understanding of the things that you describe is fairly limited. Through your own processes, you've streamlined all of our internal processes and at the same time made them more secure.
Yes, I think that's an accurate statement.
I appreciate that. I appreciate that. Obviously, I appreciate that greatly. All right, so that's wonderful. Thanks very much. Any technical questions for Dan before we move on to Ryan? Perfect. Great. I'm going to tee you up. Oh, sorry, Robert, go ahead.
Robert Tagorda, Vice Chair. Just want to thank again the entire team, particularly for the new data sharing process. I know it was highlighted by our executive director as well in the opening remarks, but it's one of those advancements that can often go under the radar, and yet it has a lot of really exciting potential benefits over the long haul. And the time and effort it takes just to get something like this launched and to find the right partner to do it with initially, I think is excellent. So it's setting a great stage for us. And thank you so much, Dan, to you and the entire team for the progress you've made.
Thank you.
Thank you. Director Bates.
This is Marianne Bates. One quick reflection from me is that I think we're at a really important inflection point in how the data system works, and that creating and releasing one dashboard was a major lift, and we celebrated that and rightly did. And moving forward, as we have multiple dashboards live, as we have multiple data reports we routinely cut, as we help our data providers share data with each other, as we create lots of custom secure data enclaves with different cuts of data, it's really going to require all of the work that Dan just described and the work that we did with ODI to have the really strong, flexible, scalable underlying infrastructure so we can do that. So I just want to emphasize that, and I stand in awe of what the data infrastructure and data programs teams are doing, and what Dan described. there's probably some of us who don't fully capture everything that he's saying. And at the same time, I just want to underscore how incredibly important that work is and that it is not externally visible. So it's on all of us to help tell the story of why it takes time to build the data system well, to be able to then build on these tools and the data reports and the data cuts and the secure enclave on top of that. So just want to really lift that up and thank the team for that as well.
Absolutely agree. Other comments or questions? Scanning too. Perfect. Thank you. Thank you very much, Dan. Let's turn it over to Ryan for the second part of this.
Thank you, Chair Payne. Hi, everybody. It's nice to see everybody again. Ryan Nestoriato, Director of Data Programs. And I just want to start by saying that this is a real treat for me to do this agenda item with Dan and hear about the data system with you all. And that is first because Dan and I don't get to present together very often, so that's fun. But also that I really believe in what everybody has just said, which is that the data system itself it's the foundational deliverable of Cradle-to-Career. In a past role, my conception of linking data was looking at 3 tables that all had a common column and then linking them. Even something simple like that has its challenges, but you can imagine my surprise in arriving here and learning that we are linking many, many tables that were never originally designed to be linked, and then also do not have a single common identifier across. And so it's a real privilege for my team to support Dan's team in any way that they can to work really, really hard to get that right. And it's work that is challenging, but also enjoyable and rewarding. There is another reason why I think of the data system as the foundational deliverable, and it's a way that directly affects the work that my team does. And that is that the only way that my team can have confidence about what we're sharing with the public through the visualizations and the resources that we're making is that we first have to have confidence in what is in the data system itself. And so those two things can't be separate. They require each other. And so I really value that we take the time that we take, in Dan's team in particular, to work on the system itself. And also agree with what everybody else said previously, which is any chance that I can get to talk about something that is really not easy for the public to see, I think we should talk about it. So speaking of linked data, I now want to talk about an important expansion to the labor data that's in our system. And we'll start here with this slide. I'll give some context just for this procedure. This is what you see on this slide is the legislation that and the code that authorizes our office to do this kind of work. And we're going to focus on specifically the second part, which is adding additional data points. And so on the next slide, we'll talk about that in more detail. Earlier in the presentation, we talked about wage data and why that's important. And you already know that in the student pathway dashboard, we've made use of the wage data, which exists right now in quarterly wages and allows us to tell the story of earnings after college and also work during college. But it also has some limitations in the way that we have it, specifically that we can tell a story about whether or not somebody worked. We can tell a story about how much they earned in this period of time, but we can't yet tell the story of how many folks they worked for, how many they were employed by, how long they were at a particular employer. And for obvious reasons, a really important part of that story. And so now, in addition to including the whole base wage files, what we'd like to propose is including employer-related data points. And where we expect that to help is that we can begin to tell stories not just from a period of time and whether or not somebody worked during that period of time and what they earned, but also across multiple jobs. And this has a set of cascading opportunities for researchers because it makes it now possible to look at a length of time within an employer and variation in wages across employers and industries. And then all of that to connect back to Dan's earlier presentation that anytime we add additional data points, or most of the time when we add additional data points like this, it also aids in the overall effort to improve the quality of our linking and matching. So with that, I'd like to now present a potential motion that if you would like to, would make this addition official. I'll read the motion aloud and then I will hand it back to Chair Payne. The proposed motion is to move to approve the additional data points from the Employment Development Department to the P20W data set as presented, and also to adopt the related resolution. And with that, I will now hand it back to Chair Payne for discussion.
Thank you. Thank you both, obviously. We have time for member comments and questions, but we also have looming over us a motion. If you could put up the motion slide back, that'd be great. Let's have, first of all, as people are gazing at the motion slide, if folks have generalized comments, not on the item itself, but just clarifying comments or questions, could they please ask them now? Member Vu.
Tom Vu, board member, AICCU. Just a general question. How is the employer information presented? Will it be presented in the dashboard? Is it available for, people to pull for research? And how much of that is made, is the employer name going to be made public or available for researchers to pull from, or, what does that look like?
Yes, there's no general rule about that I know of, other than to say that the decision should be made in public and through design decisions based on the use case itself. My first thought about this is the value that lies in the opportunity for researchers. Of course, there are some opportunities there to answer interesting research questions and tell stories through dashboards themselves. And certainly the display of the employer itself is something that we have to be really thoughtful about. And so, as with any of the dashboard features that we look at, we're eager and welcome to hear any feedback about how that should be done.
Director Bates.
One more addition to that for the research in particular, as is the case with all of the data in the data system, the data provider maintains ownership and control of the data. So in this case, that's the Employment Development Department. And so if a researcher wanted to do research with that data element, that would require EDD's approval. So this, like in all cases, we trust our data providers and their governance structures to be the guardrails around how data is used for specific research purposes for that specifically.
Thank you. Other questions? If not, could I please have a motion?
Vice Chair Tagorda moves.
Thank you. And a second?
Member Sublay seconds.
Sublay seconds. Thank you very much. Now we have a motion and a second. Before we vote, let's pause, obviously, for public comment. Is there anybody in the room who's submitted a speaker slip? Nope. Anybody in the room who wants to make a public comment who has not submitted a slip? Marvelous. Okay, Stephanie, could you please move to the Zoom?
Yes. For members of the public who wish to make a comment, please raise your hand at this time. Okay, I see no raised hands. That closes public comment.
Perfect. So we have had an opportunity for public comment on this motion. We have a motion and a second. Could you please call the roll?
Chair Payne?
Aye.
Vice Chair Tagorda?
Aye.
Designee Upton-Villa for Member Cabaldon? Aye. Member Cifuentes?
Aye.
Designee Elias for Bureau for Private Post-Secondary Education? Aye. Member Evans?
Aye.
Member for Joeli?
Aye.
Member Gonzalez Vasquez? Aye. Member Hetz?
Aye.
Designee Roderick for Member Irwin. Member Jez.
Aye.
Member Lee.
Aye.
Member Moldoff.
Aye.
Member Nellum.
Aye.
Member Romero.
Aye.
Designee Rika Cheska for California Health and Human Services.
Aye.
Member Skull.
Aye.
Member Sublé.
Aye.
Member Sullivan.
Aye.
Member Van Atten.
Aye.
Member Vu.
Aye.
For the clarity of the record, we have 21 ayes.
Marvelous. Thank you very much. And thank you both for that presentation. You both contribute immensely to the work of this organization. And so thank you for that. With our usual efficiency, we're a little bit ahead of time. So we're going to call an audible here, if folks are okay with that, and ask for item number 5, our presentation on CCGI, to go a little bit early before lunch, if that's okay. I'm getting the thumbs up from Mary. So let's just go ahead and go to that, and then we might take a couple of other things before lunch is delivered for us as well. Let me call up my comments for this item. Give me a sec. Mary, come on up. So as you know, we have CCGI is a key partner in the work that we do. There have been sort of many conversations about sort of data and the information in the system as well. One of the things that struck me early on is a conversation about with our colleagues at CCGI, sort of a critical component of the transition from the high school space into the post-secondary space is sort of the notion of the work that is the fundamental work that CCGI does too, and particularly conversations around A to G, since they do tend to take up a lot of time and space in the public policy conversation here in Sacramento, and do take up a lot of time and space on dinner table conversations with young people and their parents as they go through the process. And so we asked Mary if she could come and talk to us a little bit about A to G requirements, what's happening with them, a little bit of the update, because CCGI now has some time and effort, great deal of effort, under their belts in working through these issues on behalf of California families. And so with that introduction, please take it away, Mary.
Thank you very much, Chair Payne. I'm delighted to be able to speak with the board today and share a little bit about A to G coursework, as well as provide an update about CCGI and our work scaling. Next slide, please. So first, just to ground everybody in terms of who we are, we're a legislatively authorized service provider to all California school districts. And that means that we are working with over 600 unique school districts with unique data sharing legal agreements. And we do that in order to bring californiacolleges.edu, the state's official college and career planning platform, to all of the public school kids in 6th to 12th grade in the state of California. And we are a named operational tool of the Cradle-to-Career data system. And so since being codified in 2021, along with Cradle-to-Career, we have been working just in tandem to help build this infrastructure for the state of California. Next slide. So I alluded to over 600 partner LEAs. It was 627 at the time I put this slide together. I think we're at 634 now. That number continues to grow every day because we are serving 2.7 million public school kids through our partnerships. Of those, 1.8 million are high school students. And that means that their courses and grades, their transcripts, are shared regularly, in most cases weekly, with the California College Guidance Initiative so that we can reflect students' eligibility data to them on that platform. That means that 97% of the kids in the state that are in high school are enrolled in CCGI partnered districts. Now, it's not a flip of a switch. We have very similar processes to Mr. Lamoury's, as he described, as we're thinking about bringing data on board. And so there's lots and lots of work to do on the data front. So at the current moment, 68% of the state's high school students have their transcripts live and visible on California colleges, and we're working with the remainder to help bring them up to speed. Really exciting work, tons of wonderful progress, and a lot happening. We're feeling like the ducks with our feet under the water to bring it all to life here today as we come to scale. Next slide. You can see our partner progression growth here as we've come to scale. Our work does predate the Cradle-to-Career initiative and being codified, but certainly that partnership through becoming an operational tool, being codified, and being made free to districts made a huge difference in terms of our ability to come to scale. Next slide. One of the things that we're really focused on for the remaining students is making the process of providing data easier to all of the LEAs. So many LEAs have limited data teams, limited data capacity, but they do rely on school information system vendors to help them manage their data. And in partnership with CSIS and with the CDE, and especially recognizing Member Van Natten and Member Skoll's work here in the room, we've been able to provide a clear and transparent information for procurement offices at school districts so that they can understand how their systems can help them in providing us with the data. So this is a huge and important strategy to help get to 100% and serve all of the kids. Next slide. Now, I want to talk a little bit about analytical versus operational data. Next slide. This just gives you a little bit of a sense for what is the distinction between the Cradle-to-Career data system and californiacolleges.edu. We're connected in statute. We're distinct tools. So as I noted, we're an operational tool in statute. We focus our work on reducing administrative burden for students and educators with identified student level data that is near real time. And we serve students, educators, parents, and guardians. We don't have a public-facing component of our work. It's really focused on helping folks utilize their near real-time data to transition into college and to build all of those post-secondary plans. This is somewhat different from all of the incredible work that Cradle-to-Career does through its analytical tools, which are really focused on analysis, research, and evaluation. Next slide. Now, why is it that we came to be? I think this is actually worthwhile to pause on and share a little bit about the origin story for CCGI, because way back before we were in statute, way back before there was a CCGI, there were a group of kids at Roosevelt High School in East Los Angeles, and our founder and president was working in philanthropy at the time. She was doing tons of connection with Roosevelt High School to help these kids be prepared to go to college, and every single kid was denied. And so at that point, the question was why? Why did these kids who did everything right, they thought they were on pace, why didn't they get into college? And so Tess Roy, who ultimately went on to found CCGI, started digging around and looking to see what went wrong. And every single one of these kids had a heritage Spanish course that was miscoded in the official database for the A to G courses, the subject areas that are required for college admission. And because of that database coding error, the kids were not granted admission. And so Tess said, full stop, we got to fix that. What can I do? And so she created CCGI. And the explicit purpose is to really help kids understand their progress towards eligibility and to help educators resolve discrepancies with their own data and the course management portal so that there's not the chances that kids are going to be denied through these administrative errors in the same way that there were before. And so that really is, I think, important as you think about what data we have, what data we don't have, and how we fit into the A to G landscape. And we're really proud of the work that we do to make these processes transparent for kids and educators and make it so that kids are better able to apply and better able to be equitably considered for admission now that we are coming up on scale. Next slide, please. So this is our, I know I don't want to quote ed code at you, but I want to quote ed code at you. This is our codified purpose. We have the role of providing technical assistance to LEAs to help them align their A to G subject area courses from their student information systems with the University of California course management portal. So we have tons of data that help these educators make sense of this and get it correct. Next slide. So what does that mean that we have, that we know? We do have information on the A to G status of individual UC course management portal matchable classes, and we're doing tons of work to help improve the quality of A to G flags in those local student information systems by identifying which courses don't match. That's the problem that those kids at Roosevelt High School had, was they were told it was going to match, it didn't match, and they paid the price. So we support those educators to resolve those discrepancies and to make sure the data is clean. And over time, that means that the A to G flags that are reported by the LEAs to the CDE for ultimate inclusion in the Cradle-to-Career P20 data set are more accurate. Now, the data that we have is really only that A to G CMP matched. It includes, but is not limited to, that all complete A to G completion, if that makes sense. Next slide, please. So because of that, it is the CDE that holds the state's data set on A to G completion as reported by the LEAs. And students can meet A to G through all kinds of different mechanisms. They can meet it through CMP matched courses, as we've described, but they can also meet it through out of state, out of country, or through dual enrollment or other college courses taken by high school students, none of which can be CMP matched. And there is currently no proposed systematic solution to resolve those out-of-state courses. There is, however, something really cool on the horizon. Next slide. And so this is something that I want to really draw everybody's attention to, because I think there's so much incredible potential here for this work on A to G identification for courses that are taken at the California community colleges. Last summer, AB 123 was signed into law, and it calls on the CSU and the UC to really have these tight rules to help kids and educators identify which A to G subject area is appropriate for a dual enrollment course. And this is so significant because we know, according to PPIC, the third of kids are participating in dual enrollment or taking some college coursework during high school. And we know that it just is going to continue to grow. This is a positive thing. We want to see kids having access to these college courses, and we want to build that infrastructure to support them, whatever their post-secondary path holds. Next slide. So this is the language that was passed last summer to clarify that college level coursework taken for credit at California public colleges or universities by students enrolled in high school should receive that A to G credit. Next slide. And there is this clarity that these rules should be suitable for electronic transmission so that ultimately CCGI and California colleges can reflect the A to G completion for dual enrollment coursework. Next slide. So Marianne alluded to this earlier in her update, where she shared that through that e-transcript task force, this was a recommendation made. And so I see this as really consistent with the work that Cradle-to-Career has been doing, and really excellent to see the ability to make that recommendation, to see it come into play, and to now see our ability to act upon it. Next slide. Now, you might be thinking, what about eTranscript California? Because I know that I am, as I think about the other operational tool of the Cradle-to-Career data system. eTranscript is providing those statewide electronic transcripts exchange for all of California's post-secondary systems, especially the California community colleges. And for us to be able to systematically reflect A to G completion inside California colleges, we need to have this really great source of course grade data available to us. Next slide. So what is going to happen to make that real for us and for kids? First is the rules. We're excited to share that just last month, the University of California, in their Counselor and Advisor Bulletin, published guidance for how college courses taken by high school students can be identified as meeting A to G. The CSU offers guidance in their admission handbook, and we're working closely with them to ensure that we're tightly aligned on how that can be deployed electronically. And this opens the door for us to ultimately receive those courses and grades for dual enrollment classes from eTranscript California in order to have students more complete eligibility reflected on California colleges. So this is such a game changer for these third of kids that are taking the dual enrollment courses. Next up. So what does that mean? There's an RFP, as was alluded to earlier. There's already an anchor in Cal Ed Code that eTranscript California will provide CCGI with these courses and grades. We've done some incredibly exciting work with the California Community College Chancellor's Office to expand our data sharing to identify dual enrollment applicants. And we're really pleased to have had a representative on the RFP selection task force. And we're just thrilled to see what comes next for eTran California as it makes enhancements to support batch transcript requests and scale to all California community colleges. Next slide. So we really appreciate all of the progress made to date. We're really looking forward to work with C2C and system partners, many of you in the room, and we're excited to just continue to build this critical infrastructure to support kids and ultimately ensure that kids earn credit for their work, A to G and otherwise. Next. What questions do you have?
Wonderful. Thank you. Thank you also for sort of illustrating the challenge that you have. Perhaps for another time, but I'd love to hear what you, and I know other folks will have questions as well. I'd love to hear what sort of your experience from the field is, the challenges that districts are finding in managing their own systems to get to sort of clean up the data as you talk about it as one of your charges.
So when we think about supporting districts with their technical assistance to clean up the data, a lot of the historic challenge has been in identifying which courses even need cleaned up, because there's all kinds of small problems like missing local course IDs that district staff were not aware of that led to them thinking a course was matched and it not being matched. And so we provide educator reports to identify what are your misaligned courses, and that can really help folks that are ready to do the work to get started. But we also have done a great deal of work just holding like County Office of Education convenings where we bring people together and say, hey, we're going to have a local course ID entry day. Everybody come, bring your laptops. We're going to have live staff. We're going to help you improve and increase your CMP matching. We see some LEAs when they first come into partnership with us having relatively high CMP match rates. We have others have relatively low CMP match rates. And so it depends entirely on that local practice, but we can always, in every case, work with them in order to improve that CMP match rate. It is, as of 2025, statutorily required, 2024, sorry, that all LEAs maintain a 90% CMP match rate. And so we work with them to help get them to that place so that they can be compliant with that in Ed Code. But it is an ongoing journey, and it is never a one and done because schedules evolve and change every year. And so it's a continual effort.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Other comments and questions from folks? Yes. Member Nellum.
Good morning, Member Nellum. Thanks for your presentation. Just a quick question. The 68% of folks who have live data, this is another local question. What works to get that number up? Is it CBOs that help? Is it counselor support? Like, what is the sort of mechanism that you're finding that is helpful?
We have a data services team, and they work with districts throughout the data onboarding process to really help them go from having signed the initial legal agreement to submitting their first data files, and then making sure that their data is clean enough and compliant enough with the CMP that when they go live on the platform, the data is of good enough quality that it really adds value for students and educators. And that process takes about 6 months generally. And so we have in statute a couple of deadlines. One was January 2026 for LEAs to sign an initial partnership agreement with us. And the other is June 2026 to pass that initial data file. So what we're finding now is districts are doing the expected work on data cleanup, and we're seeing that rise really, really regularly throughout the months. Last fall, we had 1.1 million kids with transcript-informed accounts. Today, we have 1.3. By this fall, we'll have 1.5. So we see it as steady expected progress. And the work with the student information system vendors that I alluded to will be huge in terms of making it simple and easy for especially those small districts to come on board and do the work. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you. I'd actually like to call on our liaisons to the CCGI work, Member Evans and Member Cifuentes. Let's start, if we could, please, with Member Evans. Thank you.
Sure. Member Nathan Evans from the California State University System. Well, first, I just want to applaud CEO Aguayo and her predecessor, and really the whole CCGI team. This, like some of the other themes today, I think, and you've distilled, but perhaps minimized the Herculean work it has taken over a decade to get to this point. So I just want to begin by appreciating that, and the fact that at least the agreements cover 97% of learners in California is incredible. This work really began as someone that was maybe not in the room, the original room where it happened, but a room shortly thereafter where this got underway. This really began as a focus on more equitable access to college and career, not only information, but opportunity. And Member Nellam's question illustrates kind of the work that is iterative and has to keep going, getting really on the ground, providing technical assistance. I know that's been going on, and I want to appreciate that. As the liaison, but also one of the partner institutions, I will say that CCGI's work and the product of that has really changed the nature of our work in the CSU. We're leveraging that in our early outreach activities, our admissions activities, our yield activities, treating data that comes via CCGI as official transcript data. That eliminates the need for individual schools and students to have to make sure they're taking care of something. All those sort of pitfalls that really derail students' dreams and their families' dreams. And so it's something that I encourage all of us as partners in this work to be thinking about. But it also allowed us, in this case, in partnership with Member Cifuentes and the Riverside County Office of Education, to pilot the largest direct admissions program in the nation. And it really became then the foundation to the way that the CSU is now approaching that for the whole state. So anyway, deep appreciation for the work. I know there's much more to go, and excited. Particularly, I know that the work doesn't end, and I think the explanation and progress on dual enrollment and capturing that is a major hurdle that we still are excited to all overcome. One other thing that, in this space, we often are thinking about the role of data in policymaking. And even in early days when we were talking about the idea and need for something like CCGI, I hate to step into the role of historian, because sometimes I'm like, I can't be that old and in this space that long. But in the days of CPEC, the California Post-Secondary Higher Education Council, the state required CPEC every 5 years to do an A through G assessment. What was happening in the state, what percentage of students were meeting it for CSU and UC eligibility. And then when CPEC went away, there was a long period where, while CBOs and other organizations, research groups were sort of filling in that gap. But in reality, what CCGI allows is, and I should say in 2015, the state did contract and through the Office of Research and Planning, actually did a state assessment on the graduating class of 2015 on that. And that's then informed policy from that point. But the reality is a tool like CCGI allows at the local level, at a district level, at a county level, there to almost be real-time assessment. What is happening in terms of, and I know that there's a desire for us to, I think, as a state, think much more broadly about college access and pathways, but at least in the metrics that we have today in real time to say, what is this individual school's percentage of students that are on track? What is our district? How does that compare? And again, that's just the power of this and of this work. One interesting note, and I shared this with Executive Director Bates earlier, or maybe earlier this month or last month. Interesting that that last report that was done on statewide eligibility was on the graduating class of 2015. And our most recent data story now looks at that same class. So for our research colleagues out there, it would be interesting, someone's quickly typing, to pull that report from the Office of Planning and Research to see what do those outcomes look like now as we can see what the trajectories of those students are. So anyway, I as a liaison, I feel very proud to lift up and be able to advocate along with Member Cifuentes the work of CCGI. And as we think about the practical tools that can come from bringing data together, CCGI is an exemplar of that. And so excited to continue to play that role. And thank you for all the work that you and the CCGI team do.
Thank you, Member Evans. Member Cifuentes, if you'd like to make some comment or questions.
Sure. No, thank you so much. I just echo what Member Evans shared, and it's been a journey. And our county was one of the first counties to have pretty much all their students on the platform, and we worked closely with Tessa and the team almost over 10 years ago to kind of, what is this going to look like? What's best for students? And so it's amazing what we can do now. And I feel sometimes our counselors, our veterans take it for granted. And so when they're complaining, I'm like, hey, remember when it would take us 2 hours to do one CSU application and now it takes us 30 minutes, right? And so we're getting spoiled out here how much this platform has streamlined our process. And so I think going back to what Member Evans said is, where do we go from here? And Member Nelm, you also mentioned, we're on, everybody's on, we can celebrate, but the reality is, if they're on, are they using it, right? And even in my own county, when we've been doing it for 10 years, we still have students that launched their UC application without using the platform or their CSU. And so it's a work in progress. And what does that look like for implementation? Our greatest battle for us is school seat as another thing to do, right? Completing a lesson is another task to do. We have ed code that says by law, we are supposed to give financial aid information to all students in 11th grade by the time they graduate, right? And so information on how to submit an application, how to do a FAFSA, et cetera. But that doesn't always happen. And how do we verify it? So we actually have a platform like California Colleges that we could say, as of class of 2027, 100% of the students by law will complete those lessons within the platform to show that we met the law requirement. So there's not a lot of laws, not too much. We can always verify that students complete those pieces. And I think that's the goal. Like, how do we go from, okay, we have it and we're using it here and there, but we do have hundreds of students that are not logging in. And I would say the biggest battle is with so many conflicting programs and platforms and other things districts are using. Our greatest success is embedding it within the school day. And so that's why we're doing a lot of curriculum alignment to show this is the work, this is what students should be learning, how do we incorporate it? But it is continued. It's a conversation we need to continue to have, because we have some districts that it's like an add-on. It's like another thing on the side that students can do at home and not embedded within the expectation of the school. I just would also add, in the future of planning, my biggest hope and excitement when C2C developed, and knowing everything I know about California colleges for over 10 years, was that opportunity for that data sharing piece. And I know there's a lot of legalities around that, who has the data and who has permission. But recently I was contacted by a secondary director in a school district in Los Angeles who's getting ready to do the direct admissions pilot. And she thinks that she has to do a data sharing agreement with C2C. And so there's, definitely, what does that look like? And so I got her connected to the right people and at the CSU Chancellor's office to get her to understand. But I feel we got to a place where we could streamline connecting this data with different agencies, and I feel, and I'm going to speak for myself, I feel there's a standstill of what that looks like. And I think Member Cochran, as she steps into this role, I think questions that the ongoing data pieces that Cal Colleges has, that C2C has, is going to be so beneficial to her in her new role. But if we have to keep doing new data sharing agreements and new pieces, it's just going to stall the work and the opportunity for our students. And so I would still love for us to continue that conversation. The fact that our districts right now are having to do another data sharing agreement to do this direct admissions pilot, things like that I think like there has to be a way. How do we work that through? And I'm not saying it's not rightfully so. I know the team at Mary, you do a phenomenal job of protecting and guarding student data, and I know that's at the core. But I feel like we've gone too far to accept that, and I think we can do better by having that ongoing live data partnership. And so if Member Cochran does have her interagency coming together and there's something they want to look at now, building plans for the future class of 2029 at the CSU or et cetera, we got to be able to do that live and not go back to the different sets. And I think there's an understanding out there in the community that C2C does have live access to the data of California colleges, and that is not the case. So I want to just go back and say I commend, obviously the work. It's been phenomenal. The team is committed. They are truly boots on the ground with us. But we've created this. There's something together we've created that's never been done. And I just would hate to see us not continue taking advantage of that opportunity because we're still somewhat working in silos around the data sharing component.
Marvelous. And I think too, with just if I'm coupling your comments with those that we heard from Dan about how much easier it is to sort of couple these things together going forward, I think that's a great opportunity for us. Other comments or questions? Yes, Member Van Denton.
Liberty Van
and Member
Atten
Skull.
with the Department of Education. Thank you, Mary. I always learn something when you present and just every time you talk. You're so smart. I really appreciated the highlight of, I think it was, I lost the slide number on it, but there's still a lot that we don't know around this ecosystem of A through G. And, recognizing that like CDE has some of that data, but it's an indicator, it's a flag. And that flag is used to capture this larger ecosystem of which some of it we don't know. And we don't know because it happened outside of the state of California. It happened outside of our public agencies. So as I talk to other folks, you specifically, I think that there's a lot of opportunity to continue talking about and learning about what we don't know with regards to the A through G space for kids. And so I am coming at this really hyper-focused from the California Department of Education's space with the TK-12 and recognizing like there's a lot of misconceptions around it. I think there's misconceptions around C2C being an operational tool, right? Like we are recognizing this from the questions that Catalina received. So those questions and what we just don't know really, I think, point to the need to do further work around this big thing. So I'm saying that, and this kind of bleeds into the next item, the item 6, but I think it's important to talk about it with Mary here too, because you've highlighted there's just stuff that we don't know. And I think that we should continue that conversation. And I think that Cradle-to-Career could have a really wonderful role in that when we're talking about incubation and all that fun stuff. So I hope some of that made sense.
Absolutely made sense. Glad that you volunteered. Thank you for that.
Well,
Member Skull.
Member Skull from the California School Information Services. I want to just thank you for your continued partnership and for kind of helping to advance the vendor to system integrations that are happening in the state, having worked with the SIS vendors for decades and helping in partnership with the Department of Education to get student data out of SIS systems and up to the state to be pushing and advancing their technology and their capabilities to do system to system integration. is hopefully paving the way for us and make our work easier. So thank you for that. And I also just want to piggyback on something that Member Evans said, the Herculean effort. 634 LEAs. When you connect your origin story and make it really real, that at 634, I wrote it down, 634 LEAs, each one of them have that same story and it's probably unique in what the challenges were for why those courses weren't correct and needed to be worked on with your team, and to put the boots on the ground to help them to get their data correct, and help a lot of those stories not have to be told, right? It's a huge effort. So just commend you and your team on that.
Yes. Other questions, or Director Bates, did you have any questions? No? Okay. So thank you for all of that. Thank you for that commentary too. What's really heartening to me is to echo Member Scull's point about your boots on the ground and how you're helping the field do a job that is both responsive to their customers, constituents, their students, but is also responsive to the larger whole, right? So I look forward to having this larger conversation about both what we know, because you're getting us more of what we know every year, and then what we don't know, and that interplay. And for me, at least, I think I'm really looking forward to having a conversation when all of that data is in the system for those people using the system, the C2C system, to be able to, whether you're at the dinner table or whether you're at a research institution, to make sense of all of this information. And so I'm looking really forward to that work going forward for all of us together, so that sort of we can help you, you can help us, and all of the partners at this table can help make this a more robust and serviceful system. So thank you very much for your presentation. With that, I have to call another audible because there's traffic outside because of road closures. And for those of us who ordered lunch, it's not here yet. So that audible, if we could please get rid of a few administrative items and then get ourselves to our next break. With your permission, let's move on, if we could, to item 10, which is our consent calendar. The consent calendar consists of items that are non-controversial and are administrative in general. If I could please have a motion from somebody to approve the consent calendar. Member Sullivan.
Member Sullivan, move to approve consent. Sorry.
Thank you. We have a motion and a second.
Member Hetz.
Member Hetz, thank you very much.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Do we have any comment from board members on the consent calendar? Perfect. Do we have any comment in the room from members, either with speaker slips or not, on the consent calendar? Item 10.
No.
Okay, let's open it up to public comment, because this is a vote item. Public comment on the Zoom.
For members of the public attending via Zoom, please raise your hand at this time if you'd like to make a comment. Seeing no raised hands, that closes public comment.
Perfect. We have a motion and a second. We have completed public comment. Stephanie, could you please call the roll?
Chair Payne.
Aye.
Vice Chair Tagorda.
Aye.
Designee Upton Villa for Member Cabalden.
Aye.
Member Cifuentes.
Aye.
Designee Elias for Bureau for Private Post-Secondary Education. Aye. Member Evans.
Aye.
Member Ferjueli.
Aye.
Member Gonzalez Vasquez. Aye. Member Hetz.
Aye.
Designee Roderick for Member Irwin.
Aye.
Member Jez.
Aye.
Member Lee.
Aye.
Member Moldoff.
Aye.
Member Nellum.
Abstain.
Member Romero.
Aye.
Designee Rika Cheska for California Health and Human Services.
Aye.
Member Skull.
Aye.
Member Sublé.
Aye.
Member Sullivan.
Aye.
Member Van Natten.
Aye.
and Member Vu. For the clarity of the record, we have 19 ayes.
Well, marvelous. Motion passes. Thank you very much. That's the consent calendar. Now, if you will continue to humor me, if we could move on to item 11, it's the approval of minutes from the April 29 Strategic Planning Committee meeting. That committee won't meet again this year. You'll have the item before you after lunch. And we want to make sure that the meeting minutes are available to the public. The way, the mechanism that we do that is by a vote of the committee members. And so only committee members Lee, Payne, and Van Natten are asked to vote on this item, but we have to do the formal process to go forward. Can I please have a motion from one of those three?
Member Lee, I move to approve the meeting minutes.
Thank you very much. And a second?
Member Van Natten, second.
Thank you very much. Any public comment on that item, item 11? In the room? Seeing none. And I had no speaker slips on this either. Do we have anybody on Zoom for public comment on item 11?
For members of the public attending via Zoom, please raise your hand at this time if you'd like to make a public comment. See no raised hands, that closes public comment.
Marvelous. Motion second. Public comment has been offered. Can you please go ahead, Stephanie, and call the roll of those three committee members?
Chair Payne?
Aye.
Member Lee?
Aye.
Member Van Natten?
Aye.
For the clarity of the record, we have 3 ayes.
Unanimous. Thank you very much for that. Okay, so then, as is customary with us, the last thing before lunch, we do it twice for general public comment. That's we're going to open it up for general public comment on anything that is not on the agenda. I will open up for folks in the room with anybody with speaker slips. Anybody? Nope. Okay, seeing none. Stephanie, could you open up the public comment on the Zoom one more time before lunch?
Yes, for members of the public wishing to make a general public comment, please raise your hand at this time. Okay. Seeing no raised hands, that closes general public comment.
Marvelous, thank you. Having no public comment in that item, the only thing standing between us and lunch is probably the arrival of lunch, but we have exhausted our items that we can do before lunch. It's 12:11 now. Let's adjourn until 1 p.m. For lunch. Thank you very much. Thank you. As we reestablish ourselves for the afternoon session, could you please call the roll?
Okay. Chair Payne?
Present.
Vice Chair Tagorda?
Present.
Designee Upton Villa for Member Cabaldan?
Present.
Member Cifuentes?
Present.
Designee Elias for Bureau for Private Post-Secondary Education?
Present.
Member Evans?
Present.
Member Ferjueli?
Present.
Member Gonzalez Vasquez? Member Hetz?
Present.
Designee Roderick for Member Irwin? Member Jez?
Present.
Member Lee?
Present.
Member Moldoff?
Present.
Member Nellam? Designee Rika Cheska for California Health and Human Services?
Present.
Member Skull?
Present.
Member Romero?
Present.
Member Sublé?
Present.
Member Sullivan? Member Van Natten?
Present.
And Member Vu.
Present.
Okay, for the clarity of the record, we have a quorum.
Thank you very much. I think we had a silly lunch, so we're gonna lock back in as we go forward. If you remember, we dispensed with a number of things before lunch, and now we move on to agenda item 6, which is discussion, public comment, and possible action on the feasibility report on operational tools. And for that, we have our very own Judy Chan, Deputy Director of Data Programs. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair Payne. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Judy Chan, Deputy Director of Data Programs. In this agenda item, I'll share an update on the feasibility report on operational tools that the office is charged with producing. Next slide, please. According to statute, the office is charged with assessing the feasibility of subsuming the operation of operational tools that are currently administered by other agencies, and report those findings to the governing board, the legislature, and the governor. We presented the reflections from the office last August during the governing board meeting. The office recommended incubation as a mechanism for scaling operational tools and continuing to leverage partnerships to incubate new or revamped operational tools. The board provided feedback, which is now reflected in the updated report. We've included a clear recommendation and examples of incubation at the federal and state level, so that the report is now ready for submission to the legislature and the governor. Next slide, please. At the August meeting, we were asked to probe the concept of incubation further. So in the report, we defined incubation as a time-bound project that the office will eventually step back from so that the responsible entities can continue operating and maintaining important tools that help students navigate higher education. So at the conclusion of each engagement, C2C can create a report that can live on the website that tells the story of incubation, what those results are, the lessons learned, and how other entities can carry it forward. The exception to this approach is when C2C's linked data set can be put to use. So when there's alignment with the office's mission and priorities, C2C is ready to support by creating tools that and managing those resources. So we saw an early example of this when we partnered with SIB and the California Community Colleges on a data sharing solution that helped create the CalKids outreach files that enabled tens of thousands of students to access funds that can help pay for college. So this incubation approach to scaling will help the office expand its impact and apply C2C's strengths and expertise to new challenges. So we have shared the feasibility report. We've incorporated feedback from the board and had the opportunity to hear from ODI, a state incubator, about their particular approach. So now that brings us to the next steps, possible board action. Next slide, please. So for this item, the office recommends that the board move to endorse the feasibility report and adopt a related resolution as written by the office, which will submit this support to the report to the legislature and governor. So I would like to ask Chair Payne to guide members through questions and comments on this first motion.
Thank you very much, Judy. This is a sort of a required report to the legislature, but as folks will remember, we've been talking this through and the components of it through for a number of meetings now. And as is typical with this great team, they took this opportunity for this report to be a learning experience internally as well, and sort of stretching their arms and their minds in this process. And so I'd like to open it up for comments or questions for Judy. Perfect. Seeing none. Oh, sorry. Member Jazz.
I feel like just to build off of my remarks from earlier, is I think it's really, really important for the Cradle-to-Career office to focus on the core, like building the data system, the tools that C2C is like solely the entity, like the only entity that could really, I feel like, deliver on them. And then I like the way that C2C has been supporting partners around leveraging C2C and its role and expertise around the data systems. And I mean, I like I support the report and its recommendation that let's see what the future holds. Like this could be something that C2C takes on moving forward, but it feels very smart to me to stay focused on the building, the secure enclave, the updates to the dashboards, community engagement. Like that's a non-trivial amount of work. So.
Thank you, Member Jazz. Other comments? Marvelous. Okay. I also think, I mean, just point of personal privilege, I also think it's important too for the legislature to know that this board is behind the report itself and has been consulted and is part of the process of sending it to them. So with that, may I have a motion to endorse the feasibility report and adopt the related resolution as written by the office? Could we have that slide back up, please? Thank you. Anybody wants to make the motion? Yes, Member Hetz.
John Hetz, California Community College. So moved.
Thank you.
And second.
Member Evans, thank you. With a second. With that, do we have any public comment? I have a motion and a second. Do we have any public comment in the room? No speaker slips, I'm assuming. Nothing in the room. Stephanie, please open it up to the Zoom.
For members of the public attending via Zoom, please raise your hand at this time if you would like to make a comment on agenda item 6. Okay. Seeing no raised hands, that closes public comment.
Thank you. So we've had a motion, a second, and an opportunity for public comment. Stephanie, could you please call the roll?
Chair Payne,
Aye.
Vice Chair Tagorda,
Aye.
Designee Upton Villa from Member Cabalden,
Aye.
Member Cifuentes,
Aye.
Designee Elias for Bureau for Private Post-Secondary Education,
Aye.
Member Evans,
Aye.
Member Ferjueli,
Aye.
Member Gonzalez Vasquez, Member Hetz,
Aye.
Designee Roderick from Member Irwin,
Aye.
Member Jez,
Aye.
Member Lee,
Aye.
Member Moldoff,
Aye.
Member Nellum,
Aye.
Member Romero,
Aye.
Designee Rika Cheska for California Health and Human Services,
Aye.
Member Skull,
Aye.
Member Soublé,
Aye.
Member Sullivan,
Aye.
Member Van Natten,
Aye.
Member Vu.
Aye.
The clarity of the record, we have 21 ayes.
Thank you. Motion passed unanimously. Thank you very much, Judy, and thank you all, board, for your consideration in this. Now we'll move on to item 7, our strategic plan. As folks know, this is the culmination in a set of conversations that began in 2025 at the first meeting that we had together, and has continued both formally and informally since then with the convening of a process with conversation around this table, but also with convening of a process with the strategic plan. So, strategic planning committee. Just to put it in context, the 5-year strategic plan is the sort of the top level guiding document that will govern how the office works for the next 5 years, the goals and objectives. Subsequent to passage, assuming that we have passage of this plan, the office will then work through the next steps of implementation using those goals and objectives. And you'll see in the annual work plans that we also see the tasks that are meant to achieve those goals and the measurement of the tasks that are to achieve those goals and our status around those. So with that kind of framing, I want to open it up for Ronnie to report on the culmination of our process and the document that's in your packets and that you read before we got here. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Chair Payne. And thank you to all of the governing board members and our committee members who have contributed to this process. As well, I would like to say that I do a lot of strategic planning, and the staff and leadership at C2C really made this process move very smoothly. Many times it takes about twice as long to do strategic planning. So we are very efficient, and I would like to say that during this agenda item, we will walk through the strategic plan. We'll do a quick recap of the process just to sort of keep ourselves on track. In particular, we're going to review the 5 goals and associated objectives and have one last conversation about any feedback or comments for what you will see today. As you know, stakeholder engagement and inclusion of staff have been incredibly important as part of this process and has guided the strategic planning process in order to make sure that this strategic plan is user-friendly, accessible, and integral to how C2C moves forward in the next 5 years.
As a reminder, what you will see today, there have been no changes or updates to the mission, vision, or values. They will remain the same as they have throughout the process. Just a quick recap of where we have been for the record. You'll see, as Chair Payne mentioned, we started this project back in November of 2025 with a high-level overview of the key big picture concepts that had been emerging from the board deliberations prior. We met with the Strategic Planning Committee in February of 2026, and we got specific feedback on some draft goals that the staff brought to the committee. From there, we made revisions with the staff and with leadership, and we brought another set of revised goals and objectives to the February 25th board meeting with additional feedback from all of you in order to move to our final strategic planning committee at the end of April. We had a very quick turnaround, so thank you to the staff for helping us prepare all of these materials in a short window between April 29th and this board meeting. Next slide. You'll see that in the strategic plan that there were very few suggestions from the April 29th strategic planning meeting that made substantial changes to any of the goals or objectives. The goals actually remain the same as of this date that you saw last time, but there was some refinement at the direction of the strategic planning committee that came out of April 29th. Next slide. So today we're going to have a process similar to what we've had at the last meeting. We're going to take a look at each goal and the associated objectives. And then at the very end, we'll have time for comments about the plan holistically, considering all of the goals together. So the first goal that we want to have you look at is to be California's neutral, trusted source of linked statewide data on how education and jobs shape opportunity and well-being. The associated objectives are earn Californians' trust in our data stewardship by leaning on our value of transparency, build open science best practices and transparency into how the data system is built, data reports are run, and research data requests are handled. Identify priority questions and data resources through learning agendas that draw on input from communities, advisory boards, and partners. Maintain trust by continuing public governance processes for making decisions about the data system. And finally, embed privacy, security, and responsible data use into all operations. The one thing that you'll notice about this particular objective is it does have a few footnotes that have been refined since the previous committee meeting for your reference there as well, that provide clear definitions and explanation for what open science and learning agendas mean. So I'm going to pause and see if there are any comments and have Chair Payne lead us through this process.
Any comments or clarification requested on goal 1 and associated objectives? Scanning. And looking at the
Member now, I don't see it in a footnote. I know it's come up before. I just don't recall. How does privacy relate to our federal government and questions about accessing California's data? Is that footnoted somewhere in the strategic plan?
I'm going to toss that back to Executive Director Bates. We don't have a footnote currently about that.
We don't have a footnote currently. I think what the language that we've been relying on is that the state data system is in compliance with all relevant federal and state laws. And so that I think that broad language would probably encompass what I think I hear you asking.
Awesome. Thanks.
Note of that, though, obviously there are some implementation things about the plan that are upcoming, so that could be part of that.
Other comments or questions? Perfect. Let's continue.
All right. Goal 2, create data insights and tools that Californians count on. Use user-centered design to discover and create meaningful data products for the public. Develop and release useful public dashboards and data reports that tell human stories about Californians. Create and provide curated data sets for the public to solve specific problems in their lives and work. Enable external research through a secure virtual environment where researchers can do useful analysis that benefits the California public. Help Californians move into college and careers by incubating and accelerating collaborative projects. And again, I'll pause and turn it back to Chair Payne for discussion.
Any comments or questions? Member Hetz.
Member Hetz, California Community Colleges. I just have a longstanding slight concern about bullet 4. I think one of the things we want to make sure to do is that we are enabling useful analysis, but that shouldn't preclude things that we don't know the benefit of right away. So I think of the long history of kind of like basic research. People are trying to understand things. You don't necessarily know right away if it benefits the public, and 30 years later has enormous benefit. So I just want to be careful that that's not precluding, like we're not saying like, you have to prove that this has an immediate benefit to be able to use the system. So I just wanted to kind of flag that. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Other comments? Let's continue.
Thank you. Goal 3, provide equitable access to information and tools for all Californians. Tell a clear story about why data insights matter. Regularly engage community partners to collaboratively design products that address needs throughout California. Maximize reach, strengthen understanding, and expand community use of tools by implementing effective community-driven delivery methods for California's population. Finally, develop and implement data literacy efforts that address the diverse needs of individuals across California.
Same thing. Comments or questions?
Chair Payne.
I'm sorry. Yes, Member Sullivan.
Erin Sullivan, Commission on Teacher Credentialing. My only comment is just to add some support to and appreciation of bullet number 4. Implementing data literacy efforts that help Californians actually understand and use this data. I think that's really critical, and I appreciate that being noted here.
Thank you.
Thank you. Member Lee.
Member Lee, just a quick comment because I know I'm on the committee for this as well. There is just a typo on the slide. I don't think that it's in the document, but if we're going to move in motion, I'll just note that it says community driven, and then there's a word defined in bullet 3. I believe defined was supposed to be not there, right? I think. So it should say effective community driven delivery methods.
Delivery. I see the
there's an
slide
extra.
is different. Yes, even than my run of show. So it should say community-driven delivery methods. That there's just an extra word defined in there.
Okay.
Yeah. I think in the memo though, it's correct.
If helpful, just to ground us in this, it used to be community defined. So now it's community driven. Duly noted, we'll ensure that community driven defined doesn't make the final. Brilliant. Thank you.
Appreciate
Thank
that
you, Member
very
Lee.
much. Thank you.
Any other comments or clarifications or notifications? Perfect. Let's move on.
Excellent. Goal 4, build a flexible and secure data system that continually adapts to the needs of Californians. Build a data system for scale and flexibility so it answers questions today and in the future. Adapt to changes in law, standards, guidance, and industry best practices so that the system stays compliant. Routinely review and update security and privacy practices so the system is safe and secure. Continually review and identify gaps in data access and availability. Reduce the administrative, technical, and operational burden of sharing data between state entities.
Same again. Perfect.
Great. I will also just make a small note here that there was a request at the last committee meeting to further clarify the objectives between goals 2 and 4. And so hopefully that came through in this latest version for all of you. And finally, goal 5, operationalize organizational and operational culture. Recruit and retain top talent on the C2C team. Operationalize C2C's shared values. Use current and accurate fiscal and administrative data to inform resource prioritization and decision-making. Make meaningful partnerships inside and outside of state government. Define outcomes and measure what matters. Finally, manage risk within a complex compliance landscape.
Comments or questions? This one obviously is our internal sort of how we operate activity. Marvelous. Okay. Thank you.
Great. I'd like to hand it back over to
And
Chair Payne
back we
for
go.
next steps.
Thank you. Perfect. All right. So let me just give you a couple of ideas about next steps. After our deliberations today, after our conversation today, and I hope we're going to be able to vote on this and approve the plan. As I mentioned earlier, the fundamentals of it sort of get and how it shows up for us is next steps as the annual work plan, and that's where we'll see measurable tasks and objectives that are meant to meet that goal, and that's our place on an annual basis to sort of check in on what we're doing and how we're accomplishing what we set out to do. The other part of it, I think, is equally valuable, if not more valuable, is that once we're finished with this, it gets disseminated to the world, and the same sort of people that we ask to consult with, we consult with them and share it with them and share it with the public at large and all of our community groups and all of our partners as well, so that they can see that and hopefully see themselves in the work that we've done together, having listened to them as well in creating this process and creating this 5-year plan. Obviously, it will go across the street to the legislature as well. And we'll sort of continue that process of engagement with them too. And of course, to whatever next administrations will be here after next year, it will be shared roundly with them as well. So with that, do we have a motion slide? There we go. If we could please have a motion and a second to approve the strategic plan that we've been working on for so long.
Vice Chair Tagorda moves.
Motion, and do we have a second?
Member Sublé, second.
Second by Member Sublé. Perfect. Now we go to public comment. Is there anybody in the room who would like to comment on the strategic plan? Seeing none, I'm assuming we don't have any speaker slips?
No.
Perfect. Okay, Stephanie, without any comment in the room, can you please open it up to the Zoom?
For members of the public attending via Zoom, please raise your hand at this time if you would like to comment on agenda item 7. Okay. Pausing for a second further. Okay, and no raised hands. That closes public comment.
Thank you. Marvelous. We have a motion and a second, and we've exhausted public comment. If you please could call the roll.
Chair Payne.
Aye.
Vice Chair Tagorda.
Aye.
Designate Uptime Villa for Member Cabaldon.
Aye.
Member Cifuentes.
Aye.
Designate Elias for Bureau for Private Post-Secondary Education.
Aye.
Member Evans.
Aye.
Member Furgiueli.
Aye.
Member Gonzalez Vasquez. Member Hetz.
Aye.
Designate Roderick for Member Irwin.
Aye.
Member Jez.
Aye.
Member Lee.
Aye.
Member Moldoff.
Aye.
Member Nellum.
Aye.
Member Romero.
Aye.
Designate Rika Cheska for California Health and Human Services.
Aye.
Member Skull.
Aye.
Member Sublé.
Aye.
Member Sullivan.
Aye.
Member Van Natten.
Aye.
And Member Vu.
Aye.
For the clarity of the record, we have 21 ayes.
Thank you very much. Unanimous. Wonderful. So just a point of personal privilege, having been through a number of strategic planning activities over the years, I take our lack of conversation here today as a measure of the amount of engagement that we have had, both with ourselves and our constituents over the last year or so. And I thank you all for the depth of that engagement in approving this plan. So thank you very much. Thank you, Ronnie, very much for helping us through this process. So the agenda calls for a break, but since we just came back from lunch about half an hour ago, if folks are okay with it, I'd love if we could to move on to the next agenda items. For ease of getting people together for did our principal just leave? All right. So the idea was that we were going to swap because we've got someone phoning in who isn't ready yet to phone in for the deep tab conversation. So we were going to swap the DTAB and the CEAB conversation so that we give that person time. But our presenter has jumped out for a phone call. So let's take 2 minutes for a break and come back. And we're back. A little bit of logistic stuff happening too, because we have guests coming in for this conversation as well. Please bear with us on this too, because we have other guests coming in. So as you remember, we'll swap the community engagement and the data and tools advisory board presentations because we have one available now and we won't have another available until 2 p.m. And so if I could please turn it over to Ryan and we'll go from there.
Hi, I am in turn going to turn over to Member Nellum.
Apologies, I walked out right when this began. And appreciate the flexibility. I have got to get back and pick up my kids from school, so I appreciate the flexibility. Two-parent household, working household.
Yep.
So thank you, Chair Payne, and good afternoon, everyone. My name is Dr. Chris Nellum. I serve as the governing board liaison to the Community Engagement Advisory Board. I'm going to provide an update on the Community Engagement Advisory Board's spring meeting that took place on April 8th and the 2025 Community Engagement Proposal process. This is my second year serving as the liaison to the Community Engagement Advisory Board. And as board members may recall, I was previously a member of the Community Engagement Advisory Board before joining the governing board. So as someone who recognizes the importance of community outreach as part of my role here and in general, I see the same passion and knowledge among the advisory board members at their public meeting. So I'm really excited to be here today. Prior to the meeting, the office asked me and members to share written feedback on C2C's 5-year anniversary and data academies and data dictionary. Various community engagement advisory board members responded and deliberated and provided feedback before that meeting. During the meeting, members shared their thoughts on a couple things: the importance of plain language to improve technical clarity for diverse audiences, C2C continuing to foster data literacy skills through various educational resources and tools, and C2C partnering with trusted community members for community outreach events, and then also provided thoughts on volunteer events to host co-hosted data walks and data academies with the office throughout the year. For example, we just heard from Executive Director Bates on the Community Engagement Advisory Board's partnership with Member Jones to host a data walk in the Inland Empire. In addition to engaging with the office in this work, the Community Engagement Advisory Board members concluded their discussions on the 2025 proposal process. So on the next slide, I will provide a quick summary of the process. The Community Engagement Advisory Board met on October 24th, 2025, and 3 members presented their proposals, and the advisory board engaged in a holistic discussion of those proposals. Following the fall meeting, the office conducted light touch feasibility studies, and the proposal authors updated their proposals. Simultaneously, I had the opportunity to collaborate with advisory board members Darrell Jones and Carla Lopez Valdez on the first draft of the advisory board's proposal report. At their spring meeting, the office presented the results of the light touch feasibility studies, and member Jones and Lopez Valdez presented on the report, which led to a really rich discussion. And member Jones and member Lopez Valdez did a great job summarizing those discussions in the final report that we have today. Prior to today's meeting, board members had the opportunity to review the Community Engagement Advisory Board's proposal report, which includes 3 key sections: links to the Community Engagement Advisory Board member proposals and their proposal update forms, links to the office's light touch feasibility studies, and finally, a summary of Community Engagement Advisory Board member deliberations from the fall and spring meetings. I want to say thank you, of course, to all of the advisory board members, but in particular to members Jones and Lopez Valdez for taking the leadership in the process. I've enjoyed working with them in a light touch way, and invite you to begin the presentation on the next slide. I believe Carla's going to join us for that.
Thank you so much, Board Member Nella. Thank you. Appreciate your support throughout this process, and of course, thanking my my peer, Board Member Jones, that for supporting this progress and process for developing this report. So as Member Nelam previously shared, in summer 2025, the proposals were provided to us from the Community Engagement Advisory Board. And in the fall of 2025, the Community Engagement Advisory Board members engaged in a structured deliberation process, proposal presentations, workbook reflections using a Venn diagram, comparison chart, and also thinking through big picture reflection discussion. And then in the spring of 2026, the board members engaged in 2 discussions where the C2C team provided updates on the feasibility studies and members provided updates and next steps to their proposal. Next slide, please. So I want to really provide some an overview of the selected proposals to you all. The proposal that you see is a C2C trainer ambassador model. The authors of this proposal was thinking through equipping community engagement advisory board members with the knowledge and skills needed to serve as ambassadors for the C2C data system, as well as in bringing in ambassadors to share information about the system and its benefits with partners, community organizations, families and students, and of course, community leaders. And also lastly is this model is really being thinking through is designing to standardize how advisory board members and community partners interact with the data, including thinking through baseline metrics, consistent messaging, and best practices for community engagement. And then on the proposal number 2 is engagement plans for data providers. The goal is for this proposal is to be able to deepen relationships and partnerships with 11 data providing agencies represented on the C2C governing board. Also ensuring that agencies direct constituents such as students and employees are aware of and can effectively use C2C data tools. And then lastly, being able to focus on making tools more useful and actionable to the public through intentional engagement planning. Next slide. So during these conversations, we had a wonderful discussion and really some great takeaways. So we'll share here some general reflections from those conversations. The board highlighted the evolution of the proposal process, really being able to move away from up-down votes and really being moving towards a decisive findings intended to inform future annual work plans. Also, members observed strong alignment and synergy around between the two proposals, noting that they go hand in hand and complement each other to close existing knowledge gaps, as well as reflecting on emphasizing that the high cost primarily is driven by the substantial lift in staff time that's required for relationship management, curriculum development, and ongoing training with a small team. Additionally, the discussion framed these proposals as seeds for future growth, suggesting that they really create a foundation for long-term impact and can be integrated into future policy windows, such as the 2028 onboarding of new board members. Also, the central theme was on the importance of humanizing data through storytelling and ensuring all messaging is delivered in plain English to make complex systems accessible and less intimidating for students and families. And also to be able to address limited capacity and budget fluctuations. The board advocated for a multi-year rollout timeline, approximately 3 to 5 years, to really systematize the engagement efforts and ensure they are being built on a strong, sustainable foundation. Next slide. As we think about these two proposals, we want to kind of give you an in-depth analysis of them. Really, for us, the trainer model is about empowering advisory board members as trusted messengers to humanize complex data through storytelling and standardized messaging. Being able to the discussion highlighted the proposal's high cost rating, which reflects the intensive time required, estimated at roughly 180 hours based on similar past studies to coordinate work groups and develop training materials. Also, members explored integrating this model into a 2028 policy window for new members being onboarded into this space. This is really emphasizing that the approach will require careful training on the office's mandate for neutrality. And then lastly, the board viewed this model as a complementary seed for future growth that would ensure data accessibility through the use of plain English. Next slide. And this is just like the updates from the ambassador model. What was uplifted was prioritizing communications. Board members clarified that the model should begin with a focus on internal and external communications before any curriculum is drafted. This really involves standardizing practices and identifying low-hanging fruit regarding existing resources. Also being again uplifting the policy window that was identified for 2028, suggesting the training could be integrated into the official onboarding process for a new cohort of board members. Next slide. So I'll go over the engagement plan for data providers. The engagement plan for data providers proposal aims to co-design frameworks with 11 agencies to leverage their community credibility and transition away from transactional relationships. While many of these efforts are already in motion, the feasibility study recommended a 3 to 5 year plan implementation plan to accommodate the office's small staff and, of course, a fluctuating state budget. Deliberations among the board members emphasize supporting these providers with toolkits and visuals to foster two-way communication regarding their specific capacity and data timelines. Members also emphasize the need for two-way communication so that data providers can share their own capacity constraints and specific timelines with the office. And then lastly, the board agreed that these plans must prioritize plain English messaging to humanize the data and make it more actionable for various community stakeholders. Next slide. So I'll share here the other updates for the engagement plan for data providers. A couple of things that came up were timeline clarification. Member Johnson uplifted that iterative long-term approach makes sense for deepening partnerships with data providers. And then secondly, being able to systemize existing efforts. The update emphasized that the feasibility process eliminated much of the work, such as providers promoting tools to their constituents, is already happening. The goal of the updated proposal is to systemize these efforts and ensure data providers receive credit for their contributions. And then lastly, being able to build a two-way communication. Clarification was provided that the framework should foster two-way communication, allowing providers to share their own capacity constraints and specific data timelines with the office, rather than having a one-sided transactional relationship. Next slide. So I'll go through the feasibility study, thinking about cost. So the startup costs are primarily driven by staff time, also a community engagement advisory board member participation, governance updates, and initial data provider engagement needed to design, launch, and formalize the ambassador and engagement model. Secondly, ongoing costs are largely capacity-based, including staff oversight, coordination with data providers, and accountability support. Community engagement members and CTC ambassadors will also incur time and operational costs related to training, event planning, facilitation, and feedback activities, as well as expenses for hosting accessible in-person or virtual events. It was noted that no direct financial compensation for community engagement board members is currently proposed, though sustained implementation may require a future resource consideration. So thank you so much for your attention in this presentation. This concludes our presentation of the two proposals. I will hand it back to Raina Sayal to present on the Office Light Touch Feasibility Studies. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And hi again, Ryan Estriato, Director of Data Programs, and I'll be giving a high-level overview of the light touch feasibility studies that the office conducted. I want to start by saying that these light touch feasibility studies are our best initial estimate of cost and value, and for the community engagement proposals, they look at several different factors, including neutrality, startup costs, and then ongoing costs. So now we'll stay on the slide, and I will remind you of each of the proposals, who wrote them, their overall idea, and then our estimate rating of feasibility. The first one is the Train the Trainer Ambassador model proposal. This was written and presented by Member Takagi and Member Gamboa. This topic is suggests that the office trains ambassadors to represent the office, and then they would then in turn train others. And the overall idea is that there is an opportunity here to scale and standardize the messages that the office puts out in the public and current activities like the community conversations. In the light touch feasibility study, you'll notice that this was given a feasibility estimate of high cost and moderate to high level of value. And then noted some risks there, including risks coming out of training and consistent adherence to the office's commitment to neutrality. The second is the engagement plans for data providers proposal. This is by Member Johnson, and this proposal suggests creating specific engagement plans for each of the data providers, with the overall idea here being that data providers are in a unique position to engage their own communities and inform their specific clients about C2C in a way that is unique to them. And this, you'll notice here that the study gave a feasibility rating of high cost and moderate level of value. And before I turn it over to Member Payne to lead the discussion, I'll just close by making an observation that I have enjoyed making, which is when I first started in the feasibility process 3 years ago, our collective concept of success for any study was the obvious one, that it became a project that the office takes on. And it's been nice to see that success can mean a number of different things. Over the years, we've seen studies, proposals, influence really important projects. So for example, Member Takagi's proposal for community data literacy as a topic that directly informs the work that Heather Daniels is working on right now, the redesign of our data dictionary. And also, of course, when we've talked about before, which is Member Fong's proposal about CalKids, which directly inspired and informed the work that we are doing, linking data for outreach files. And so the analogy that we've been using around the office is, and I think we've made this analogy at least once in the previous presentation, that these are little seeds that are planted, and sometimes they become successful in really obvious ways. Other times they become successful and contribute in ways that are positive but also surprising. And so I'm excited to see that happen more and more. And every time we get proposals, I think there's an opportunity for that. So with that, I will now give it back to Chair Payne to lead member deliberation.
Great. Thank you, Member Nellam, the Advisory Board Member Lopez Valdez, and Ryan for your informative presentation here. I want to sort of reverse this a little bit, and if we could, please, I'd love to take public comment for this presentation before we do member deliberation. So if we could, please, can we pause for public comment on this? Do I have speaker slips on this?
No.
Okay. Is there anybody in the room that would like to submit public comment on this item? And now, without that, then is there anybody on the Zoom that would like to submit public comment on this item?
Okay. For members of the public attending via Zoom, please raise your hand if you would like to comment on agenda item 9. Okay. Pausing for a moment. Seeing no raised hands, that closes public comment.
Perfect. I think we might also, we might just, if I could please take the chair's prerogative and reopen it, because we're so efficient today, we might be missing a few folks who were going to sort of dial in later. So let's just keep an eye on that if we could going forward. So now we'll open it up for member comment and see if there are any comments or questions for our panelists. Yes, Member Jez.
Member Jez, thank you. My comment is, I think, more probably to the office around a process, but in one of the feasibility studies around the homeless data, no. Okay, next, sorry.
Yes, Member Sullivan.
Member Sullivan, Commission on Teacher Credentialing. I just want to start by saying I really love both of these proposals. There's a lot to like in both of these. In particular, you really sort of catch the spirit of something that I appreciate with the train the trainer model, the idea of having a whole, sort of field of C2C ambassadors out there extolling the wonders and the usefulness of C2C's dashboards is a great thing to imagine. But I do also want to appreciate the amount of work that it would take, if you'll allow me to use the word calibration, because this is what we talk about in my field with accreditation, and we use people in the field, and we have to continually check in and recheck in and make sure that everybody is still on the same message and still using the same tools, et cetera. it can be a great amount of work, and I want to be sympathetic to that. The staff here is outstanding, but it is small, and I don't know what this level of work could mean for them. So I do love it. It's a fantastic proposal, and I would love to see it work. But I will certainly defer to staff in the feasibility of what that could look like. As for the engagement plans for data providers, I would like to think that as folks sitting around the table, that engagement with C2C and promotion of the work and understanding what it is kind of goes without saying, but I also appreciate that's not always the case. I haven't been on this board for long. It's just been a little over a year. And I feel like it's only been maybe the last meeting that I finally caught up. So part of that's on me because I know staff is always available, but I don't know if perhaps that might be a little more feasible, although I will recognize that the feasibility study indicated that really it was only kind of moderately valuable in terms of outcomes as opposed to moderate to high for the others. So I just want to acknowledge both of these, the work that went into these proposals and the feasibility studies. And that's my comments.
Thank you very much. Other comments? Yes, Member Pergielli.
Chris Pergielli, University of California. My comment is about the proposal for the engagement plan with data providers, and it makes sense to me why we would start to be thinking about moving towards building more engagement with the system through the groups that we know and have constituencies that we know would benefit from using the data system. So I appreciate that. My question is, I don't really come away from the proposal knowing which specific stakeholders that we're trying to reach. To say that we're targeting data providers, I think is too broad because data providers are composed of so many different constituencies and stakeholders that it would be difficult to imagine approaching them all through, one particular channel. So at a minimum, I would kind of want to see more detail on which particular stakeholder groups we're thinking of. Are we thinking of students? Then let's come up with a plan for that maybe cuts across data providers. Are we talking about teachers, instructors, student service providers? Like, I would want to see a plan that is maybe going directly to those groups that we could use across providers rather than trying to funnel communications to so many diverse groups through one administrative channel.
Thank you. Member Vu.
Yes, Member Vu, AICCU. In regards to Proposal 1, both Member Gamboa and Takagi are from Santa Clara University, so of course that idea is magnificent. But I also recognize that to echo Board Member Sullivan's point, it's very time consuming. So I think there's also a crossover in some way with Proposal 2. They're both great ideas, whether it's feasible now, maybe not, maybe feasible in the future. Is there kind of like a folder or something that these ideas are kept and then we can pull either the entire proposal in or aspects of them into future activities?
Yeah, it's a really great question. I think one of the best features of this latest revision of the governance process for proposals is that whenever proposals are made and then including the ones that are made, studied, and then not studied, they exist in a proposal repository on the website for the very reason that you said, for lots of reasons. But the one that I'll highlight is that times and needs change over time, and what's feasible in one moment of time may mean something different for future moment of time. Different policy windows open, interests open, and priorities change. And so they live on the websites. And I believe we've seen at least one example, if not two already, of them coming back in slightly revised forms in future years. And then the other thing I, as a design nerd, really love about this is that it begins to act as a signal of the public interest and what tends to come up and what's on people's mind. And so I think those are really great reasons to have it live on to the website, in addition to just archival purposes too.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I was going to make the same mention as well. Other comments? Member Hetz.
Member John Hetz, California Community Colleges. I love both of these proposals. And in particular, I just want to say when the staff is ready, the California Community Colleges is going to volunteer to be the beta tester for the data provider. We actually have an existing stakeholder organization that cross-cuts all of our stakeholder groups in meaningful ways that I think would be perfect to kind of test this out with. So and just to pay back all the great collaboration we've gotten from the entire C2C team, we're happy to volunteer to kind of road test this for everyone and work out the kinks before everyone else has to touch it.
Thank you. I love that. Thank you for volunteering. In fact, I was just going to make a comment too that for any of the data providers who are thinking about this, this engagement team with Shannon and company has done some amazing stuff that I haven't seen in other state service and other organizations. And so, even as a one-off request, I'm sure I'm going to impose upon her that she'd love to hear from you about how your organizations might want to engage a little bit differently in all of this work, and let alone the work around C2C. But thank you for that. Other comments or questions?
I'll just add a comment.
Yes, certainly.
As a member of the board, I just want to commend the good work of the office. I think this train the trainer proposal is a recognition that there are folks across the state who are chomping at the bit to be engaged. There aren't many state agencies that can say that. Most have a lot of opposition. Most have folks who are disgruntled with them. I think you have a set of folks who want to be good ambassadors for the work. I appreciate that it's expensive and would like to think about how it might work together to do some fundraising for it, because I just think it's a phenomenal thing. And I think folks think about data. People want to be engaged around data, which is like a nerdy, geeky thing. And that's really exciting. So I think it's a testament to the work of the office. So I was excited to see it.
Director Bates.
I'd love to pile on. When I've given talks and stuff over the last year, especially, I've often reflected that across my whole career and working in data and evidence-based policy, I have never been involved in a project with as much substantive public engagement and enthusiasm for it as this one. And so that's, my thank you to the Community Engagement Advisory Board members and to the broader, coalitions of advocacy and community-based organizations who have followed this work since the planning process. I'm used to this being like a really nerdy thing in small rooms of people who are excessively excited about it, but the broader public's eyes glaze over. And I think we have something really special. So I do agree our engagement team has done a phenomenal job in connecting with Californians in a real way. And we've benefited so much from the partnership with our data partners, from the partnership with advocates, community-based organizations, research groups outside. So here's to keeping C2C the cool new thing. I continue my goal of someday our t-shirts will be as cool as the NASA shirts. So we'll keep working on that. I know it's a high bar.
There is nothing like stretch goals, right? That's right. Wonderful. Okay. I don't know. I think I think we should finish on that one. Any other sort of comments or questions? Good. Thank you all. And thank you on the Zoom for your contributions as well. I appreciate that. With that, I think we should take up the next one, correct? All right. This one is so remember we swapped them because we had folks just available at 2 and the time having arrived. I'm asking Ana Luz Gonzalez Vasquez to join us. Ryan obviously is already there. And then on the Zoom we have, on the screen we have Daniel Milan, who is part of that advisory board. And that is the item next. The Data and Tools Advisory Board.
Great. Thank you so much, everyone. And thank you, Sharpain. And good afternoon, members. Ana Luz Gonzalez Vasquez. I am the governing board liaison to the Data and Tools Advisory Board. And I've also been in this role for 2 years and thoroughly enjoy it because I get to nerd out as well. In this role, I've had the opportunity to attend and participate in advisory board meetings, which has given me a deeper understanding and appreciation of members' perspectives and contributions to this work. Today, I would like to start by providing the board with some updates from the March 25th Data and Tools Advisory Board meeting. Prior to the meeting, members were asked to share written feedback with the Office on C2C's Data Dictionary and 5-year anniversary and data academies. And thanks to members, the Office received more than 100 pages of thoughtful and substantive feedback. Data and advisory tool members came highly engaged, ready to nerd out and to the spring meeting and shared several key reflections and recommendations, including the importance of developing interactive tools that enhance the user experience, encouragement for C2C to continue prioritizing user-centered design in the development of all tools and resources for students, families, and educators, and interest in participating with the Office on future data academies, including Member Watson, who co-hosted a virtual data walk with the Office, and the California County Offices of Education Data Visualization Network, which Executive Director Bates highlighted earlier today. Another important focus of the Spring Data and Tools Advisory Board meeting was the 2025 proposal process, which will conclude today. Now, what you see in front of you are key milestones in the Data and Tools Advisory Board proposal process. You may recall that at the November 14, 2025 meeting, Member Nolam and I provided the board with an update on the 2025 Advisory Board proposal process with specific focus on the fall advisory board meetings. As a refresher, at the October 3rd Data and Tools Advisory Board meeting, proposal authors presented their ideas, and the Data Tools and Advisory Board engaged in a holistic deliberation on all proposals, including how different proposals complemented and contrasted with one another, which proposal members found most promising for advancing C2C's ability to provide actionable information to the people of California, and the proposal's connection to the annual work plan. Since the fall advisory board meetings, several key milestones have taken place. The office conducted light feasibility studies on all advisory board members' proposals, and proposal authors could update their proposals. I also had the opportunity to work with Data Tools Advisory Board members Dr. Tina Schweck and Dr. Danielle Milian to complete the first draft of the Data Tools Advisory Board proposal report. At the March 25th Data and Tools Advisory Board meeting, members discussed light touch feasibility studies and analyzed the draft report, contemplating any additions or clarifications that should be made as a result of the findings presented. Following the spring meeting, I worked with Data Tools Advisory Board members Shook and Milan to update the proposal that we will be presenting and the board members will be discussing today. Prior to the meeting, board members had the opportunity to review the final Data and Tools Advisory Board proposal report, which included 3 key sections. Links to all 4 Data and Tools Advisory Board member proposals and proposal update forms, links to all of the Office's light touch feasibility studies, and a summary of the Data and Tools Board members' deliberations from the fall and spring meetings. The board may use the proposal reports to inform the board's work and deliberations, including the board's discussion on the Office annual work plan at the August board meeting. But before I transition into the Data and Tools Advisory Board proposal, I do want to take this moment to thank Advisory Board members Shook and Milan for their participation and collaboration throughout this process. One of the most rewarding parts of this role is the opportunity to work alongside such passionate, thoughtful, and talented Advisory Board members. Unfortunately, Dr. Shook had a prior commitment and is unable to join us today, but I'm grateful for her contributions throughout this work. What I'd like to do is invite Advisory Board member Dr. Danielle Milan to join me in presenting the proposal report. All right, now the next slide, please. So today we're going to be sharing a brief overview of the key themes that emerged from the Data and Tools Advisory Fall and Spring deliberations on the 4 advisory member proposals. Over the next few minutes, we will briefly review the 4 proposals and then focus on the major themes The data tools advisory board surface across both meetings, including where the proposals align, where they differ, and considerations that may matter most for the board moving forward. Next slide, please. So before you is a list of the proposals along with a brief summary of each. I won't review them in depth as Ryan will probably provide more information a little bit later on, but we reviewed 4 proposals that span teacher workforce pathways, a clear definition of college promise, expanded student homelessness data, and better access to post-high school outcome data. And together they reflect the Data and Tools Advisory Board's broad interest in improving how the state understands pathways, equity, and opportunity. One of the strongest themes that emerged across all 4 proposals was equity. Each proposal focused on a better understanding and supporting outcomes for vulnerable and historically underserved populations, with an emphasis on tracking student access and identifying gaps and disparities across systems. Throughout both, the Data Tools Advisory Boards consistently returned to the importance of using data not only to surface inequities, but also to better understand where additional supports, resources, and interventions may be needed. Members further emphasize Cradle-to-Career's unique role in bringing together disparate data sources and systems in ways that few other entities can. Members discussed the importance of leveraging the cross-sector data infrastructure to improve alignment across systems, while also promoting more consistent statewide definitions and measures. And in particular, teacher workforce and student homelessness was discussed as urgent issues in the current California context. Members underscored the importance of developing more comprehensive, actionable data tools and resources to better understand and address these issues. And now I'll hand it over to Member Mian so that he can discuss the differences across proposals.
Thank you, Member Gonzalez-Vasquez, and good afternoon, everyone. So the Data and Tools Advisory Board also noted important differences among the proposals. Some could build more directly on existing data and may lend themselves to near-term implementation, while others would require new definitions, new elements, or broader systems coordination over a longer horizon. Members also distinguished between proposals that were more detailed and operational versus those that were more conceptual. Finally, the proposals vary in implementation complexity, from reporting and design work to broader cross-sector coordination. Next slide, please. For teacher workforce and student homelessness, the board discussion reflected a strong sense of urgency. Members saw both as highly relevant to understanding student success and the supports needed for students and educators. At the same time, they raised practical questions. For teacher workforce, one concern was which data source should anchor the work, including questions about CTC and CDE assignment data. For student homelessness, members highlighted the importance of data reliability, especially given inconsistent methods for identifying housing insecurity. Next slide, please. On College Promise, Data and Tools Advisory Board member discussion raised questions about the role and authority, whether Cradle-to-Career should define and compare program types, and how such definitions should be developed. At the same time, members saw value in C2C helping advance trusted data and more consistent definitions for transparency and accountability. An additional point raised in the spring discussion was that greater clarity here could also increase transparency among the public around higher education investments. Specifically, Data and Tools Advisory Board members were interested in measuring the return on investment for programs like College Promise. This focus built upon Executive Director Bates' remarks during the meeting on the inclusion, impact, and uptake of the CalKid Scholarship, which emphasized the role of Data and Tools Advisory Board members in advancing this type of work. Next slide. For the post-high school outcomes proposal, Data and Tools Advisory Board members noted that many of the relevant data elements already exist within the P20W system and align closely with the Cradle-to-Career's mission. The discussion centered less on whether the topic matters and more on clarifying which metrics should be elevated, who the intended audience is, and how a feasible near-term extract could support stronger understanding of student pathways. The next slide, please. As we close, we want to highlight a few key takeaways from Data and Tools fall and spring deliberations. First, all 4 proposals reflect shared concerns about equity, access, and outcomes. Second, members emphasize the need to balance urgency and feasibility with long-term impact. Third, the discussion reinforced Cradle-to-Career's important role in connecting data across systems. Overall, these proposals offer the governing board a big picture view of where Data and Tools advisory board members see opportunity for future work.
Thank you, Member Mian, and I'll pass it over to Ryan.
Thank you, Ryan Estriato, Director of Data Programs. And for my part of this agenda item, I will be giving a high-level description of each of the proposals again, and that will hopefully set us up for a conversation. I'll note again that the way that we approach light touch feasibility studies is we study all proposals that are sponsored by advisory board members. And through the light touch feasibility study, give our best estimate of cost and value. And it is based on a number of different factors, but the primary ones are what data or services already exist within the office's current work. If we are looking at data, what's the level of quality or certainty in the data that we have relative to the use case being proposed? And then, of course, estimated effort and costs from the office, both startup and then also ongoing. And now the proposals. The first one is about teacher data, and this is by member Lisa Catanzarite. This is about adding teacher-related variables like teacher vacancies and training pathways to become a teacher. This one was given an assessment of reasonable cost and moderate level of value. The second one is about college promise, and this is by members Mirta Ortiz Villar and also Diana Fong. And this proposal suggests college promise programs data that is at a student level, in addition to what is currently in the system, which is at an institution level. Recall, again, that college promise programs are programs that fund community college tuition. This one was given an assessment of significant costs, unclear level of value. The next one is homelessness status. So it's about homelessness data. This is by member Oliver Shack. This suggests adding more specific homeless-related data to the data that's already in the system, and some examples include the length of homelessness and also related services received for homelessness. This one was assessed with reasonable cost and high level of value. And then finally, a proposal about high school outcomes data, and this one was authored by members John Watson and Yulia Tarasova. And this proposal suggests creating district-level reports every year about college enrollment and outcomes, including employment and social services. This one was given an estimate of reasonable cost and high level of value. And before I turn it back to Member Payne, I just want to close by saying that this was an interesting year for us for Data and Tools Advisory Board proposals, because this combination of proposals got us thinking really hard about what it means to be a feasible proposal in any given year, and in particular, what stands out about the high school outcomes data proposal in particular. We did a lot of reflecting on this one because intuitively it felt more feasible than the others. And when we did a lot of digging around and conversation and trying to understand that better, the two factors that we identified that I believe we should carry into future analyses of these proposals beginning next year is the alignment of a proposal like this with existing projects at the office, and more specifically, what seems to be a growing trend at the office of offering data resources in addition to data tools. And what I mean by that is the creation of reports and CSVs like the flat files for the student pathway dashboard, but also the support that we're giving to CSAC for their dashboards and their reporting. And you also see similar things happening with the CalCids outreach files. And so what's happening as a trend is the creation of the service where we take data in the system and then produce reports that are helpful for our partners and also for the public. And this proposal about high school outcomes has a very similar feel and sort of execution to it, which I think makes it stick out. And then the other thing that I'll note here also is that it is the one proposal here that the office has, if given this as a project to work on, has full authority to act on immediately without any additional governance procedures. And I thought I would just highlight that because I think there's some learning and growth for our processes for how we look at this and better understanding the recommendations that we make at the end of each of these cycles. Okay, hope that was helpful. With that, I will now hand it back to Chair Payne for the next part.
Wonderful. Thank you, Member Gonzalez Vasquez, the board member Milan and Ryan for your presentation. I appreciate it. As I did with the last item, we're going to open this up for public comment first and then do our deliberations. If you'll bear with me too, and as I mentioned, I want to open it up for public comment on either of the advisory board's proposals and ideas, just so that we do capture people who we might have missed because we were so efficient in our work earlier today. So with that, Stephanie, are there any speaker slips?
No.
Okay. Anybody in the room that would like to comment on either of those advisory board reports? Seeing none, let's open it up to the Zoom.
For members of the public attending via Zoom, please raise your hand at this time so we can get an accurate count of folks interested in submitting a public comment. For transparency, should we receive more than 10 public comments, speaking time will be 1 minute. So please raise your hand at this time and I'll pause to allow those interested to do so. 7. Okay, confirming we have 8. We have 8 8 raised hands for public comment. I'm going to give it one more moment for folks who are interested to raise
Great.
their hand. Okay, seeing no other raised hands, we
Great.
have 8 in the queue.
Let's take them in order. That gives each person 2 minutes to speak. Thank you.
Let's see. Jessica Salco, you have permission to speak. Your 2 minutes starts now. Jessica, if you're speaking, we can't hear you.
Okay, how about now?
Yes, we're going to go ahead and restart your 2 minutes. If we can.
So sorry about that. Yeah, hi. Jessica Sacco on behalf of Children Now. Good afternoon, and pleased to call in support of the proposal by Dr. Catanzarite for adding pathways and placement data to strengthen the teacher workforce insights. Educator workforce insight and teacher retention data analysis were a part of the original vision and legislative planning process for the Cradle-to-Career data system. And Children Now was an active and engaged champion for the establishment of the C2C, in large part due to its promise to make available insightful data regarding our educator pipeline. The proposal to add this data will facilitate progress towards C2C's intended purpose to support more connected, equity-driven decision-making related to the state's educator workforce. The importance of a connected statewide workforce data to support equity-driven policy and accountability cannot be underemphasized. California cannot effectively address educator shortages, workforce inequities, or long-term planning challenges without stronger cross-system visibility into preparation, placement, vacancies, and retention. During the legislature's budget hearing this year, legislators were frustrated by the lack of available data relating to California's educator workforce and the impact of the investments made in our educator pipeline in recent years. Data that would have been possible if this proposal is accepted and implemented. For these reasons, as well as those stated in the Data for the People Coalition and the California Educator Diversity Action Network letters, Children Now strongly supports the C2C Governing Board to adopt the Adding Pathways and Placement Data to Strengthen Teacher Workforce Insights proposal. Thank you.
Next in the queue, we have Angela. Angela, I have permitted you to speak and your 2 minutes starts now.
Thank you. Hi, Cradle-to-Career's governing board members. My name is Angela Estrada, and I'm the Student Engagement Associate on Public Advocates Higher Education team, where I connect students to our policy work and elevate their experiences to state leaders. I'm here in support of Member Shack's proposal to expand the student homeless status data point, and I ask that the board prioritize the adoption of option 3 to include a number of homelessness data points from the homeless data integration system in the fiscal year 2026-2027 work plan. This proposal strongly aligns with the office's mission and strategic plan to build a trusted data system that brings meaningful data to the public. Students have repeatedly raised the issue of housing being the largest cost barrier to higher ed, and record numbers of students are experiencing housing insecurity and homelessness. Housing insecurity and homelessness is a timely issue for all Californians. The Office of C2C has an opportunity to lead in this area by breaking administrative silos and begin answering key questions about student housing insecurity and homelessness. Integrating data from HDIS will help us understand some of the long-term impacts of the state's housing crisis on education and career trajectories of Californians and identify ways to improve outcomes. The public can begin to build an understanding of housing insecure college students' experiences, such as whether students are being connected to county services and which institutions and counties are coordinating with students more effectively than others. This is an opportunity to link existing administrative data and provide a comprehensive picture of students' lived experiences in order to create innovative policy solutions. Option 3 from the feasibility study is especially important to prioritize because it gives more than just a single point in time indication, and incorporating multiple data points from HDIS helps us better understand which students are being served by how many services and over what period of time. Housing insecurity and homelessness is an urgent issue that students and campus basic needs providers continue to highlight. So I respectfully urge that the board prioritize this proposal through option 3 in the next fiscal year. Thank you.
Okay, next in the queue, we have Eduardo Gutierrez. We have permitted you to speak and your 2 minutes starts now.
Good afternoon. My name is Eduardo Gutierrez, Policy Analyst with Early Edge California, and I am here in support of the proposal to add pathways and placement data to strengthen teacher workforce insights proposal within the Cradle-to-Career data system. In alignment with the May 13th coalition letter submitted by members of the California Educator Diversity Action Network and Data for the People. The earliest years of a child's life, particularly the first 5 years, are foundational to lifelong development. During this critical period, children build the cognitive, linguistic, and social emotional skills that shape future learning and well-being. That is why access to well-prepared, diverse educators in early learning settings, including transitional kindergarten, is so important, especially in high-needs communities. Yet, educator shortages, vacancies, and misassignments disproportionately impact low-income communities, multilingual learners, and students of color, often limiting access to the high-quality learning environments children need most. Strengthening workforce data will help us better understand whether California is successfully recruiting, placing, and retaining diverse educators in the communities that need them most. From our youngest multilingual learners, having educators equipped to support home language development and culturally responsive learning environments can have lasting impacts on academic success and long-term outcomes. To build a more equitable education system, we must ensure our data systems help identify gaps and strengthen the educator workforce our children deserve. Thank you for your consideration.
Next in the queue, we have Benito Aranda Comer. I have permitted you to speak and your 2 minutes starts now.
Good afternoon and buenas tardes, Chair Payne and members of the Governing Board. My name is Benito Arandacomer, TK12 Policy Analyst at EdTrust West, and I am speaking today in support of the proposal to add pathways and placement data to strengthen teacher workforce insights with the Cradle-to-Career data system and in alignment with the May 13th coalition letter submitted by members of the California Educator Diversity Action Network, or CDAN, and the Data for the People coalitions. I am speaking today as a co-chair of CDAN, a statewide network of educators, advocates, preparation programs, researchers, and community organizations working to strengthen and diversify California's educator workforce. One of the consistent challenges we face as a network and as a state is that California still lacks a sufficiently connected understanding of what is happening across the educator workforce system, from preparation to placement to retention. Recent findings from the Commission on Teacher Credentialing's Teacher Supply Report make this especially clear. While California has made important progress in recruiting more individuals into the profession, we continue to see significant workforce instability, turnover, and large number of credentialed educators who are not currently teaching in California classrooms. That disconnect matters and is why this proposal is so important. Without stronger statewide workforce data and coordination, it is difficult for state and local leaders to understand where educators are leaving the profession, where shortages and misassignments remain most acute, and whether investments are reaching the communities with the greatest need and where interventions may be necessary across the educator pipeline. This proposal represents an important opportunity to build a more coherent statewide understanding of California's educator workforce and provide system leaders with better information to support educators at all points in the profession. I respectfully urge the governing board to move forward in ingesting this data into the C2C data system and integrate these workforce data into both the teacher training and retention data story and research request process. Thank you for your leadership and consideration.
Sally Fox, I have permitted you to speak. Your 2 minutes starts now.
Good afternoon. Thank you for this opportunity to address the Cradle to Career Governing Board. My name is Sally Fox, and I'm an education policy analyst for the California Association for Bilingual Education, known as CABE. Our association is over 50 years old and is dedicated to the promotion of biliteracy, multicultural competence, and educational equity for all our California students. I'm calling from San Diego, where I retired after nearly 30 years as a bilingual teacher and administrator, including positions at district offices where I created data reports using Excel spreadsheets. These were to help district leaders make decisions regarding program options, EL catch-up plans, EL reclassification, and more. So the work you're doing is important and impactful in many ways for district and school level work. It's promising. My comment is aligned with the May 13th letter submitted by the Data for the People Coalition and the California Educator Diversity Action Network in support of item 8 on your agenda. I'm particularly impressed by the findings from the feasibility analysis showing the data that already exists, so no new collection system would be required. In addition, I would like to emphasize the importance of using workforce data to better understand whether California is successfully recruiting, placing, and retaining diverse educators in the school communities where they are most needed. Thank you for the work you do to improve our educational system from the data up, resulting in better futures for our students and families.
Okay, next in the queue is Sarah Buabisa. I have permitted you to speak, and your 2 minutes starts now.
Thank you. Good afternoon, governing board members. My name is Sara Buabipsa with the Institute for College Access and Success, or TICAS. I'm here in support and in alignment with the Data for the People Coalition. We support proposals on expanding student homelessness data, strengthening our understanding of teacher workforce, and aligning on a definition of California College Promise. These proposals work in tandem to expand our understanding of student outcomes, barriers to higher education, and whether existing resources and workforce are appropriately serving students. Additionally, while it is not one of the proposals outlined in item 8, TICAS would like to share our support for the inclusion of $1.3 million one-time allocation for workforce Pell implementation and the role of Office of Cradle to Career will play in providing timely data that allows the California Student Aid Commission to determine eligibility for programs that are affordable, high quality, and lead to strong economic and employment outcomes for students. Finally, while one-time funding is necessary to start the work, it's not sufficient for the long-term workload it will require to stand up and administer Workforce Pal. TICAS is in support of future efforts to advocate for ongoing funding that appropriately funds the Office of Cradle to Career to conduct the necessary data sharing needed. Thank you.
Next in the queue is Sarah Lillis. I have permitted you to speak, and your 2 minutes starts now.
Good afternoon. My name is Sarah Lillis. I'm Executive Director of Teach Plus California and co-chair of the California Educator Diversity Action Network. I'm speaking today in strong support of the proposal to add teacher workforce pathways and placement data into the Cradle-to-Career data system. Teach Plus is a teacher leadership organization, and we've been supporting teachers in California for 15 years. And throughout that time, as they've explored opportunities and barriers to student opportunity and student outcome, they continue to point to the teacher workforce, a consistent, equitable access to well-supported teachers. And while they ask us why there isn't, to better how they can't understand the picture more clearly about where are there leaks in our workforce pipeline, where are there inequitable access, we can't provide them with a complete picture of the staffing patterns, and a stronger statewide data is necessary to both better understand and address these inequitable staffing patterns for teachers, for local leaders, and for state leaders. And at the same time, we've been proud to see all the work that the state and local leaders have done to improve teacher pipeline and to address barriers to recruitment, development, and retention. But without a connected statewide picture of how educators move from preparation into placement and retention, it becomes difficult to fully understand whether our investments are working, where shortages remain most severe, and how we can better support students and educators across the state. We strongly encourage the governing board to authorize the office to move forward with the implementation of this proposal as outlined in our coalition letter from May 13th. Proceed with the additional feasibility analysis, initiate the file specification process, and target the March import window to incorporate teacher assignment, misassignment, vacancy, demographic information, and grant recipient data into the C2C. This proposal represents an important opportunity to strengthen transparency, improve workforce planning, and better support schools and communities with the greatest needs. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Okay, next in the queue is Roy Tongalava. I have permitted you to speak, and your 2 minutes starts now.
Mahalo lele and good afternoon, Chair Payne and members of the C2C Governing Board. My name is Roy Tongilava, and I'm here on behalf of Edtrust West and the Data for the People Coalition. We first just really want to thank the Office of C2C and the incredible staff for thoughtfully guiding this year's proposal process over the past 12 months, and doing so with transparency and a strong commitment to end user feedback. We also want to uplift the letter we submitted supporting the feasibility findings and recommendations for this year's data proposals. One in particular to uplift is Dr. Catanzarite's proposal, which you've heard today, to add pathways and placement data to strengthen teacher workforce insights, which we believe responds to a critical issue facing California right now: persistent teacher shortages and access to qualified educators, especially in low-income communities and communities of color. We believe that the inclusion of robust teacher data at C2C could help Californians better understand whether teacher candidates are entering high-need areas, how state supports are addressing shortages, and how educator preparation and placement impact a student's journey. Again, we so appreciate the office's and board's leadership and look forward to continued updates as this work moves forward. Thank you all again for your hard work and continued leadership in building an equitable C2C data system. Thank you.
That concludes the public comments we have. Seeing no other raised hands, I'll pass it back to Chair Payne for member questions and comments.
Marvelous. Okay, so that we've just had public comment and we've had it on both advisory boards activities, and so I wanted to open it up again for member comment and questions and deliberations. We have, approximately 20 minutes set aside for this, but we're also running pretty early, so we can talk as long as you want. Opening it up. Yes, Member Sullivan.
Yes, Erin Sullivan, Commission on Teacher Credentialing. Obviously, the first proposal is something near and dear to our hearts, and I will just say that Commission staff and the small but mighty research and data unit that we now have that I referenced this morning is trying to put some things in place in the next year or so that we can kind of fill in some of these gaps. But we did have some questions, and I apologize that a couple of these maybe represent a little bit of ignorance on my part. Is my understanding correct that C2C does not currently have data sharing agreements with all of the institutions in the AICCU?
That's correct, not all.
Okay. So I will just say, for public record here, AICCU is the institutions in that private post-secondary education, they are neck and neck with the CSU year over year. Sort of they trade back and forth in terms of who prepares the greatest number, but it's about 50% each. So the UCs are fantastic, mighty institutions, but they're typically preparing about 4% of the teacher educators in the state of California. So lacking full data from all of the AICCU institutions in doing this, it wouldn't paint a really full picture of what's happening in the state of California, and in fact would be lacking a huge part of one of our segments. So if that is made sort of clear in the research and the data outcomes, I think that's fine, but I just want to point that out. And then just a couple of other places, there is information that is indicated that the commission has that we don't in fact have. Certain demographic information is not available from us. Some of the pathway information also could be a little bit difficult because while we have a teacher residency and a school counselor residency grant that we administer, there are a lot of teacher residency programs operating that aren't funded by state grants. So if the segments don't have some kind of an indicator for their residency pathway candidates, we could be lacking that pathway. So again, I love this, and it's something that the commission is very much trying to look for, being able to track folks, not just from when they enter and then who finishes, but what is happening in the middle spaces. We're working on improving some of our own data collection for that. So I just wanted to point that out, and I'm happy to, outline any other kind of just little pieces and parts here and there that might affect having a really good, robust, complete picture if this particular project was moved forward.
Thank you. I think what I heard was yes, but I do think to Ryan's point earlier about sort of seeds that get planted now in 2 years, 5 years, 2 months might be really fruitful going forward. And so that's one of the great benefits of this process. And so thank you for those comments, Member Sullivan. Other comments and questions? Member Jez.
Okay, I think I'm at the right item now. There was a part in the homeless feasibility study, and it mentioned, in addition, the governing board could direct the office to approach BCSH to determine its interest in becoming a data provider in summer 2026. So the P20W data set could include information from the homeless data integration system in the March 2027 cycle. And my question there is, for new data to come in that's not from a current data provider, do they need to join the governing board? No. So they could be included with, okay, that was one. And then with regards to the data on the teacher pathway, really interesting. I loved all the public comment and the engagement. It was just great to hear all the possibilities of things that we could understood if we have these data. Also wanted to flag that as our state is considering enhancing our wage data, we will also have perhaps other ways to have occupational data about teachers or other occupations too. So perhaps we can have multiple ways to try and triangulate what's happening with the workforce that our state so desperately needs to achieve our state priorities.
Thank you. Other comments or questions? Member Vu.
Thank you. Member Vu, AICCU. In regards to the teacher pathways, my understanding is that those are often considered graduate programs. Not always.
They can be. They can be.
Right, but no, through the mechanism that AICCU member institutions have with National Student Clearinghouse and the C2C, that pulls only strictly undergraduate information, I believe. So I was just thinking through possible ways to resolve this. And I know this isn't directly related, but kind of is related to the proposal, but perhaps we can discuss looking at opportunities for C2C to work directly with the schools of education at AICCU member institutions to get that information that TC doesn't already have.
I also heard that as a yes and, so thank you for that. Marvelous. Yes, Member Rickacheska.
I just wanted to comment on the student homelessness status proposal and just voice support for it. I think Cal HHS has also been very much focusing on the homeless vulnerable population. And I think there's many efforts now underway, really focused on better supporting the homeless population. I'll just call out for the Department of Healthcare Services implementing our Behavioral Health Transformation Act to provide housing supports to those with severe mental and behavioral health issues. And I think this would be a really valuable addition given the overall focus on the homeless population. And I think it's a ripe opportunity, so to speak, to really make sure we understand the student perspective in this context.
Thank you. Yeah, Member Evans.
Member Evans, California State University, in the continuing theme of yes and. I just want to, these are, I think, exceptional proposals and I'm deeply appreciative to the advisory board and staff's time in sort of exploring the potential. I love the ideas of different options, so you're sort of understanding the broader goal and knowing that, the first opportunity might not be the ultimate opportunity and outlining that. So these are all areas of great interest. I have a personal research interest historically in college promise. And so recognize the challenge there that there are dozens, if not hundreds of definitions of that across the nation, and even the national consortiums that bring college promises programs together acknowledge that. So very much a yes and again, just appreciation to the advisory board and staff's time and sort of thinking through multiple ways to achieve maybe an early win in this space, but also what it also creates opportunity to norm across the state as we do some important work in all these areas. So thank you.
Thank you, Member Evans. I especially appreciate the comment about norming across segments. I think that's a pretty important set of tasks, especially for some of the teacher data and some of the homeless data as well. Other comment and questions? Yes, Member Van Natten.
Liberty Van Natten, Department of Education. With regard to the teacher data, I think there's really fantastic questions. When myself and others at the department kind of started digging in and looking at what data would be needed for this, some questions came up, and they're kind of nuanced. We did share them with your folks, but I think there are some misunderstandings about what we do and what we don't have, and so I just think it's important to maybe address those up front before we make promises for dashboards on data that don't exist, or that data don't mean what we think they mean. So it's like, for example, the estimated teacher hires, that doesn't mean vacancies. And it's also collected in the aggregate. And so I don't know how that would come into the system in a way that would tell us, like at the local level, specifically at the school site level, what kind of stuff we're looking at, because CBETS is at the district level. So kind of some nuanced questions we did share, but I think it's important to really dig further in to what data would be needed to actually meet those, to answer those really good questions.
That's perfect. I get that as a yes if. Okay, other comments? Yeah, Member Jess.
Member Jazz, California Feeds. Member Evans's comment triggered thinking about the housing data. Also, thinking it's so important we don't have great measures of student housing and housing insecurity, and what we do find is that it's really widespread. And last I heard, college students are more likely to be housing insecure than the general population, which I think people don't realize. Our state's putting billions of dollars towards addressing this by building campus housing. And we don't have a good sense of sort of who are the students that most need housing. Do they have children? Are they partnered? What age? Where do they live? Et cetera. What are their needs? So I think this could also really help with that and designing the right type of housing. And then also, housing is the biggest cost driver for college students. It's not tuition or anything else. So whatever we can do to make housing more affordable and address homelessness, I think will be really critical. So I think this could be a really high value addition. And I also appreciate, I think, the savviness that this proposal had and looking across what already exists in our state and how do we pull these all together to get a more comprehensive picture of something that is very hard to measure.
Thank you. Other comments and questions? Yeah, Member Dakota.
Vice Chair Tagorda, I just want to make an observation about the raising of the level of awareness that occurs even just with the submission of proposals and the deliberation that takes place within these advisory boards. I think it's precisely the kind of dialogue, both within the advisory boards themselves, as well as between the advisory boards and the governing board, that we had envisioned when we made amendments to the governance manual. So I want to thank the advisory board members for both advisory boards, as well as all of the presenters who have appeared here, as well as all of the public comments that have come forward. Just the fact that, for example, we're learning about the source of teacher preparation in the state within the context of this discussion is in itself raising the level of dialogue around an important issue. Or with student homelessness and housing insecurity. That's yet another manifestation of a really challenging set of circumstances for Californians throughout the state. So I just want to commend again all of the stakeholders who have contributed to this process, and in particular, all of the data providers who are stepping up to contribute and want to be engaged in this process with our advisory boards.
Thank you, Vice Chair Tagorda. Member Hetz.
John Hetz, California Community Colleges. Since Chair Payne so generously offered unlimited time, I feel like I need to lean into that. But I'll channel my inner economist, Philip Barbet. I'll just have one request for the C2C team in 27 parts. No, just two requests. One is on the visualizations of the proposals. Would be really helpful if the visualizations included the cost and feasibility as like just a visual representation. That'd be super helpful rather than having to go back and forth in the different documents. So I'd love that. The second one goes to, I think, a set of questions that we've been dancing around. And so from our perspective, including for our data, like we feel like the general addition of additional existing data elements that California already has is generally wisely considered. Obviously, pending that data providers agreement and pending the staff and technology capacity at C2C. But there's this other set of things that we're talking about, which is a change to existing elements or the creation of new elements that don't exist, that I think we need a policy around. Like, what is C2C's role going to be in those situations? And so some of the things we were talking about, the importance of trying to norm across, like we need a thoughtful kind of what is the role of C2C to get all the data providers together and say, we need this data element, or this data element exists in these 5 different ways, and we need to come to some agreement. I think there's always going to be challenges with changing existing data elements rather than adding new ones. But we need to have a thoughtful policy about how C2C is going to help manage that. Because otherwise people are going to come to us as like, we'd really like you to change this element, or we'd really like these elements that don't exist. And as a board and as an organization, we have no directive power to say to the data providers, do this. And so as one of the data providers, I'd be like, oh, I can go back and take some of this stuff. But if I do it differently than Chris, that does it differently than Nathan, then we're not anywhere. And so I would just really like to ask if the C2C staff could take that on as like, what would that policy look like for the organization?
Thank you. Yes, Member Milov.
Jessica Moldoff, California Student Aid Commission. I've been looking at the details on these, and I guess maybe building off of Member Hetz's comments and really looking at this college promise thing. I was looking because like part of the thing is like, oh, it's only available for like 07, 08, and like it doesn't have yada yada. So I like went onto the website. It's like, oh yeah, it does say 07, 08. And then I went to the actual like the PDF that's like the status of everything is like who's supposed to be providing this, and it just says proposed. So it's like, does this data not even exist? It's like they're asking us to like enhance the definition, but we are actually collecting it yet? Like, does anyone provide this data element, or like is it just something that's in there that hasn't been like figured out yet? I guess it's kind of, again, the scope of it. Like, are we trying to, it's almost like they're asking us to clean up something that's not even in there yet. And maybe that's a lack of like documentation or transparency in terms of like what these things actually look like. Because yeah, when you look at it on the website, it is weird that we only have it for like one academic year. And like supposedly no one's actually provided. So I don't know if it's just some weird little like glitch in the system to actually say that we don't have this available, or what. So I don't really know what this proposal is trying to get at, because I'm not sure this is even around yet.
Fair comment. Absolutely. Other comments or suggestions?
I can clarify at least a little bit part of that. The main point of, so on the issue of whether it exists, what is in the participation agreement is college promise at an institution level. So whether or not an institution is a college promise institution, we have received it. It's uncertain yet the best way to interpret it and use it. And for a lot of the reasons that are outlined in the proposal because of varying definitions. And I think the last thing that I'll say that I hope helps to clarify is what's specifically asked for in the proposal is college promise flag that's on a student level. So in other words, had a student been included or benefit from a college promise program, which is definitely not in the C2C system at present. And then there are a lot of questions about how uniform that definition is and how that's collected even at the institution level for individual students.
I will say, as a fun anecdote, I was actually trying to interface with the CSACs of America on someone's college promise project. And they said that nothing in California meets the definition of a college promise. So speaking of, at least in their research definition, because I think they were thinking more of like the lines of like Tennessee, where it's like a blanket program versus like for our financial aid programs, like we don't have any like blanket programs.
Right. Thank you. Other comments or questions? Marvelous. Thank you both. And thank you also, Chris, for your presentations. Thank you all to the commenters on the Zoom for your helpful comments and suggestions. This obviously the TBD on the action that will be taking place inside the office and future deliberations and future reports outs on my yes ands, right? So for us, that concludes the formal activity that takes place today. The last thing on the agenda before we adjourn is the last instance of general public comment. And so I'd like to sort of open that up. This is your opportunity to make comment on the deliberations of the C2C on items that are not on the agenda. Is there anybody in the room that would like to make general public comment? Seeing none, Stephanie, why don't we open it up to the Zoom?
Yeah. For members of the public who would like to make a general public comment, please raise your hand at this time to do so. I'm going to pause for a minute. Okay. I see no raised hands at this time.
Perfect. Okay. Without public comment and seeing that there is no public comment, I move on to the next item, which is adjournment. I have a couple of comments. As we conclude today's meeting, I want to thank everyone who joined us here today, board members, presenters, members of the team, members of the public. Our board will meet again on Wednesday, August 12th, 2026. The next public meeting of the joint advisory boards is on Wednesday, July 15th. And as always, for more information on upcoming C2C public meetings, you can find those on all that information on the C2C website. Thank you all again for coming. We had a wonderful, robust conversations on a number of topics today. And from my place, I really appreciate all of you on this board. Our meeting is adjourned at 3:05.